President Ross, we are live.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our United Laguna Woods Mutual. This is our open meeting, the regular open meeting of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. It's Tuesday, March 14th, 9:30. We're in the boardroom, and this meeting is available on Zoom. I think Granicus is not working, but Zoom is. Is that right? Okay. So I'm calling the meeting to order. We definitely have a quorum. And so I'm going to ask Director Ascari to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. Oh, she's not here. So Cash, can you lead us?
Everybody can stand. Raise the flag. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Cash. Okay, next order of business is acknowledge the media. Do we have media today? We're on TV, I know that, but no. Oh, we do have media. Okay. First item is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve today's agenda or have any changes to it?
So moved.
So moved to approve. Is there a second to approve? Okay, Maggie, thank you. Okay, next item 5 is approval of the meeting minutes from February 14th, February 23rd, February 24th. Is there any changes or adjustments to those meetings anyone would like to make?
Yes.
Allison.
Thanks, President Ross. On February 14th, page 3 of 10, I would ask that the item be amended under 8, and open forum items 8. The member referred to a CD ladder regarding our investments, and then in item 9, again, there's a reference to a CD ladder. We do not have CDs, which are certificates of deposit. We have treasury bills and notes. So I would ask that CD be changed to treasury bills and notes.
And that's in item 8, and what was the other item?
Yeah,
Just item 8.
9.
I have a comment.
8.
About
Oh, go ahead.
her inquiry was exactly that, and Director Ascari corrected it. So I think it stands because that was her inquiry.
Okay.
We corrected it and told her what it really was,
Okay.
but because the inquiry was that should stand.
Okay, it's a little misleading.
It is, but it was a member's comment.
I got you.
So,
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So it should
Thank
stay
you.
CD then, in that case. Okay.
Could it
Diane.
have a line that, after that, sentence, or in a response, that Ascari corrected it?
It does say that.
It does say that?
It says Director Ascari provided a response. It
Okay.
didn't say what
Oh,
she
but it
said.
did, okay,
Yeah.
okay, it didn't say what she said. Okay, great, all right. That's
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you. Any other changes to any of the minutes? Okay, so we didn't really change anything. So is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes?
So moved.
So, we're seconded by Cash, okay. Okay, report of the chair. So I'd like to talk about several things. One of the things I'd like to continue talking about is to try to keep this meeting as professional and civil as possible. And just remind everyone that we're going to try our best to not interrupt each other, no debates, no yelling, screaming, or any profanity or anything like that. And just keep it very civil and professional. And also, I wanted to introduce our new director, Sue Quam, and welcome her to our board. She was just elected yesterday to the United Board. She replaces Reza, who resigned several months ago. And so we're happy to have you here, Sue, and we welcome you to our board and look forward to a lot of good things. And then also, I wanted to recognize Allison Bach just was elected to our second VP position. She is a member of our board currently, and she was just elected to take Reza's place, who was second vice president. So now, Allison, congratulations on your new position. And I wanted to remind everyone also that the budget process starts in earnest next week. There will be all board meetings on March 20th and 23rd from 9:30 to, I believe it's noon. And that's, I'm not sure what day that is, but it's the 20th and the 23rd of next week in the boardroom. And you're all welcome to attend that. It is going to be, the budget process starts in earnest next week, but it goes on for about 5 or 6 months. It's a lengthy process till we could figure out exactly how the HOA is going to be, HOA expenses are going to be affected for next year. So we welcome you to that process because all of those meetings are open. And then on April 20th, I think on May 1st, April, I have different dates, but there's an Earth Day celebration that I heard about recently on, I believe it's April 20th. Does anyone have any corrections to that date or to know of that particular celebration? If not, we can give you more information. It's in Clubhouse 1. I show April 20th from 1 to 4. It's going to be attended by people to recognize Earth Day, but also to talk about what we're doing for drought resistance plants and landscaping. So I thought maybe Diane, you might want to attend that meeting. That will be a big meeting. There's going to be a lot of people there, and I'll give you more information about it. So good. And finally, last meeting, there was a really good presentation on social services. And social services is a vital, important function of our community. The lady's name who gave the service was Susan McInerney. And her phone number, in case you want to jot it down, is 949-597-4235. And there was a really good presentation that I'd like if people would like to email the member services or general manager's office, you can send them that presentation. Should it be members? What email should they use?
It is generalmanager@vmsinc.org.
General manager at VMS.
vmsinc.org.
NC.org.
We'll be happy to send it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to open it up to open forum. And just remind everyone, well, I'm going to read this. At this time, members may only address the board of directors regarding items not on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of this board of directors. The board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allotted for the open forum to 30 minutes. A member may speak only once during the forum. Speakers may not give their time to other people. no audio or video recording by attendees, and no rude or threatening comments. Members can attend the meeting by joining the Zoom link or call this number 669-900-6833 or email to have your message read during the open forum. So this open forum, I just wanted to remind everyone that the members can speak about anything not on the agenda, and it's up to our board to decide which one of you that we'll try and respond to. We may not be able to respond to everyone, but we'll try our best to do that as much as possible. So with that, let's open it up to who would like to speak.
Our first speaker is Ms. Elizabeth Romano.
I'm here to speak about several things. One is the continued abuse that's going on with harassment. There was a policy that you all put together, and it was supposed to have, I responded and I gave you the answers that you wanted, and you were supposed to respond to me. That hasn't happened yet. The second thing that I'm concerned about is the fiduciary responsibility that you have with the $1 million plus that is missing, that we now have to have. It impacts the ability for us to sell our houses. And I would recommend that you take the financial fiduciary responsibility and bring in a fiduciary accountant and track that money. You know, you can find that, okay? That's not impossible. And this is another $1 million that now puts us in having not the same reserves that we need to have, so that we're like the big banks that are failing, that we can't get loans on our property, we can't get an FHA loan. And I think that's part of your responsibility. I also want to let you know that I have been sent here by the Orange County Council on the Elderly, and as a representative, because they're very concerned about what goes on in here and abuse of the elderly. And we have the highest suicide rate now in the county. And I would say that that is related to the closure of our drop-in lounge. We brought in a petition that had 2,000 signatures on it. Okay, we could have gotten 2,000 more. Okay. This was closed behind the activities of the president's son, who is challenged and has been a burden on this community for years. You know, we should not be forced to have a 19-year-old, 300-pound mentally ill man sit in our drop-in lounge and take our food, turn on channels, assault us, knock people's property down, and say that this is okay. This has been an experiment, you know, to try to keep him in this community. I support what she's done. You know, it's a challenge and it's tragic. This man is not capable of maintaining himself, and we need to have that lounge opened up again. We had 2,000 people give you a signed petition, okay? And that's not enough. We have a third of the people in this community utilizing that drop-in lounge for communication. And that is part of the reason that we have this high suicide. You have isolated us, and if we have a problem with you, then you turn off our TVs, okay? You cut off our access to people, and that's a crime, okay? So I'm planning to bring in the district attorney, okay, to work with me, because what I find is unacceptable, okay? So thank you for your time.
What's your manor number, please?
2035A.
2035. Okay.
Our next speaker is Chris Collins.
Good morning, Chris Collins, 3306Q, and I'm here to give you an update on some of the work that the foundation does on behalf of village residents who are experiencing temporary financial distress. Do you know what to do? Do you know what to do if you receive a high electric bill due to the cold winter exceeding your budget and available funds? If your funds are limited and you only have food to last a week? If you're fall prone but can't afford the rent of an emergency response device but fear for your safety? If your spouse is experiencing increased forgetfulness or dementia but you can't afford a caregiver? Or if you're in the donut hole and your doctor prescribes a very expensive medicine? If you're released from the hospital and need caregiver services but you can't afford it? Or maybe you need Meals on Wheels? In Laguna Woods Village, these difficulties can be handled because the foundation stands ready to help residents. This financial assistance can help buy food, pay for utilities, purchase medications, arrange for caregiver service, rent emergency response device, and provide for transportation, among others. Earthquake kits, caregiver ambulance contracts are also available for those deemed financially eligible. First step is for a resident to get help is to contact social services at 949-597-4267, where the staff will verify the need and arrange for assistance. During the process, resident identities are not disclosed and payment is made directly to the vendor. For Meals on Wheels, please contact Age Well Services at 949-380-0155. These meals are funded in part by the foundation. The foundation financial assistance for daycare services for residents with dementia or Alzheimer's is also available by contacting Alzheimer's Orange County, which is 949-855-944. This article is part of our 2030 effort to spread the word about help available. If you'd like a foundation representative to speak to your group, if you have a way we can reach more people with this information, please contact the foundation at 949-268-2246 or the foundation at comline.com. So for more information about the foundation, please go to our website at thefoundationoflagunawoodsvillage.org. And please note that donations can also be made using PayPal on the foundation website. And as it came up last week after Susan spoke here, the foundation is the fundraising entity that's local here in Laguna Woods, and it only benefits people that are residents. So thank you very much.
Chris, can you repeat the contact information again?
For Susan,
Your phone number and your email address?
the foundation phone is 949-268-2246, or an email is foundation@comline.com. You can go to our website, too. We have the foundationoflagunawoodsvillage.org. And if you need social services, you can call them. It's right here in the building, too, but the phone number for social services, and that's where it all starts as far as to mobilize to get the support. They will figure out professionally, in a very professional way, how to give you support. That number is 949-257-4267. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris.
Our next speaker is John Kefferle.
Good morning. I'm John Kefro at 11A. I know some years ago we spent $3.5 million to invest in solar panels, and that's something you can debate one way or another whether it's going to save any money or save any energy, but that's not what I'm really here for. I know that is proceeding forward, so it's not going to be stopped, but we could do something to help save the energy that we are using now, and that is I look at the homes that have attics. We don't have, many of them have little or no insulation in them, and so whether you put solar panels on or whatever you do, you're not saving the energy that we just spent for. So I know the board, the only way that's ever going to happen, especially when you have a common roof with 8 people, 8 residents, is to have a policy in place or some kind of support from the board itself to help maybe promote that through somewhere or another, whether or not the residents pay for it or United pays for it. But to be able to maybe get all those people together and agree, okay, yes, let's insulate this attic. And if you could do that, then if they all agree and they pay for it, fine. But the only way that's ever going to happen is if the board initiates something like that. Part of my other question was about flat roofs and the replacement, when we're replacing them, are we insulating the flat roofs? And I believe some of that has been answered for me. I was not able to get to the meeting that had that. But if we're not insulating, I just have to ask why we're not doing that. But I think maybe we are, so I'll leave that alone. But I think somewhere or another we need to find out or I don't know how you do that, educate people concerning the insulating values in their attics, and maybe we need to investigate whether or not there is any insulation. And then at that point, try to go ahead and coordinate with them to get the homes insulated. So, thank you. Pardon me?
What's your matter number?
11A.
11A, thank you. Okay, next.
Next speaker is Jim Hopkins.
Good morning. I think most of you know me. I'm the GRF treasurer. A few months ago, the United Board decided to sell its entire investment portfolio at a realized loss of approximately $1 million, and then pressured GRF to do the same with its portfolio. The United portfolio was at its lowest value since inception. Subsequent to that sale and through January 2023, the portfolio would have recovered about $500,000 of that market loss in just 3 months. I believe the sale and thus real cash loss was made because the board, led by the treasurer and the president, did not understand nor seek to understand the detailed content of the portfolio, nor the controversial accounting rule that requires monthly market valuation of certain assets. First, the portfolio was comprised of 4 or 5 funds consisting mostly of U.S. Treasury bonds with varying 1 to 5 year maturity at 1 and 2% yields. Since the current yields are 4.5% or 5%, in order to sell the 1 and 2% bonds, the seller must offer them at a discount. Hence, the market value of the funds was depressed on paper, even though the actual investment risk was small. Generally, one does not sell bonds at a discount unless they have to liquidate or believe there is a better long-term investment. Think of this as selling your home at its lowest possible value while knowing that when mortgage rates recover, home values also recover. The board sold at a $1 million cash loss to the reserve fund when it can least afford it, according to page 20 of the 2023 Business Plan Green Book. That $1 million loss is real and will take about 2 years to recover at the current rates. Had United just waited 3 months until January and strategically and selectively sold each fund based on maturity profile and yield, as GRF is doing, instead of the fire selling its portfolio, the reserve would have been about $500,000 better off today. It will take a year or so to accumulate the $500,000 at current rates, and the cash opportunity loss can never be recovered. Bond fund value and yields always trail interest rates because the bonds within the fund have to mature before newer bonds are purchased at current yields. In case of rapid rate changes, the wise investor will wait for the optimal position for each fund before moving to a different investment vehicle. This will optimize yield of each fund within the portfolio. As for the accounting rule called mark-to-market, which is United based its decision, it was banned in 1938 by FDR because it misleads investors and depositors to prematurely liquidate and cause a run on the bank. Sound familiar? Which fueled the Great Depression. The accounting rule was brought back in 2007 and then in 2009 during the Great Recession, immediately suspended because for mortgage-backed securities held by financial institutions, again, because the valuation technique can cause investors to prematurely liquidate perfectly good securities and cause a run on the bank at those financial institutions. The United Reserve account is severely stressed and was in the red zone prior to that portfolio transaction, and the portfolio dump simply added to that stress.
James, are you about done, or?
The United Corporation, to which the board swears its commitments, has a sizable financial hill to climb due to past and current actions, which continue to put pressure on the future
James,
of your reserve fund.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Next.
Our next speaker is Manuel Armendariz.
Good morning, directors and members in attendance. I've got 3 items that I want to bring to the attention of the board and VMS. One has to do with trash bins. Another one is landscaping services. and the third one is refunds of property taxes under Prop 60 and 90. First one is trash bins. I observed a meeting before where this was brought up, and the response was that all you had to do was contact CR&R and they would replace them, which I have done in January. It is now March. I was told originally they would be replaced in 2 weeks. It hasn't happened. I have now found out that I've got 18 people or manners ahead of me, and the oldest one goes all the way back to October. So VMS needs to get CR&R to get this corrected. Landscaping. Last year I had my lawn start to die off, and it was because it was being attacked by a fungus or lawn moth larva or something similar to that. I was never able to get landscape to come out and do it, so I finally reseeded and replanted myself. I'm having that happen again. There are lawns all over the mutual here that are dying off, and it's not the ones that are to be replaced by something else. They're just dying off because they're not being treated properly. I don't think they're ever fertilized, which again helps the health. The other problem you've got is shrub bed maintenance. In my area, they have not been done since September. I have copies of the Globe here where they were scheduled in February and scheduled in March. Our budget provides for doing them 4 times a year. They are not being done. And I'm sorry to be critical about landscaping because when Kurt Weeman took over the department, he made a lot of improvements. But right now, his department is letting him down. These 2 items need a lot of attention. The shrub beds and the lawn maintenance. I don't think they hardly ever edge the lawns anymore. Maybe every 4th or 5th time. The creek, although it's a GR responsibility, is a mess right now. All you need to do is go out there and take a look. The last item is property tax refunds. This is a topic I brought up while I was a director. Refunds weren't being made properly because the monies that are refunded by the county only go through June 30th. So for the second half of the year in which the refund is made, the person is still paying at the higher assessment amount. I was the first person that ever brought this to the attention. And while I was a director, for 2 years, it was analyzed, and refunds in the thousands of dollars were made. This is the perfect item for a class action suit, frankly, because the mutual, without any doubt, has held back monies illegally. They should be refunded. I'm helping a person right now to get a refund that we started in December. It still hasn't been done. So I'd like some answers to all the things I brought up because they're not being handled adequately or properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Next.
Our next speaker is Andre Torn.
Andre Torn, Amendment 118B. I want to apologize to United Board for my outburst during last month's board meeting. I made a mistake not following your rule. I apologize for that. I hope the board will accept my apology. I will not elaborate on what caused the outburst, but I hope the board remembers the reason and provide me the response too. Please don't ignore members' comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre.
Our final speaker is Soonjun Zhang.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me second chance to bring my issue today. The first time when I met the United board member on February 22nd, most of them, I think, already know my issue. Briefly, I'm going to say the history, why it happened and when it happened.
Hannah, you're on the agenda. I think it's what item is it?
Oh, because last time I didn't fill out the speaker card, so I just made it incorrect version or
I just can't find which number it is.
Yes, she's in the agenda.
13B.
It's 13B.
13B.
Correct.
So you'll be coming back on 13B. So, next, is there anyone else?
No more member comments.
Okay, so responses to open forum speakers. Any response?
Yeah.
Diane, please.
Two responses. One is to Manny. Two responses. One is to Manny, and I know the landscape is looking at different issues that are causing some problems to the lawn. And one thing that was reported at our meeting last time is there is an invasive worm, that is killing the soil. And they're called leaping worms, And so I don't know if that's all over or if it's just some places, but there's a problem. And also the beetle, the Japanese beetle, I think they call it, is another problem. They're in the soil. Generations, a few generations of them, so that's a problem. And then, just cutting back on the water. So, this is something we have to get through and learn how to fix the problems. The shrub beds, I would say anybody who's having a problem with their shrub beds should put in a ticket. And
I have.
you have a ticket
I
in?
brought all these things up. Nothing's happened.
Okay, we're not going to debate.
Okay. And the lawn maintenance, right now we have a rainy time, and probably things are, I know the water hasn't been on because of the rain. So we'll have to see when we get through this. But come to the landscape committee meeting and we'll talk about it there.
I had planned to go to the last one, but you changed the date and the time at the last minute.
There was a conflict with another meeting, so we are going to be here. I think it's on the...
I will be there.
Good, thank you. And
Change it, unless you change it.
no, no, we're not going to change it this month. We have another conflict in April, but we'll see what happens. So anyway, the other
go ahead.
comment I
Sorry,
have,
sorry.
Could I have one more comment?
Please.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer Elizabeth. I was looking up that suicide rate, and I know in 2019 they said there was a high rate, and some of it was due to the grain population, but I don't really think that's happening in Laguna Woods. So it's not to my knowledge that we...
Look in the newspaper, you'll see we have 33 deaths among suicides. So this is not okay, and it's...
Okay, we're not going to debate.
It is debating.
We're just answering your points now.
Okay. And then also on the sale of the bonds and taking that loss, and it does impact our reserves, and that is something to be concerned about. But that's not what's preventing us from getting loans. I think the main thing that prevents us is that Fannie Mae won't do them, and they won't do them for us, and they won't do them for a lot of other HOAs, condos, because it's impossible to get 100% insurance, especially since they made us revalue our properties. It's impossible. We can't do it, and they won't insure us. So they won't lend us the money. They won't buy the loans. And that's even any third-party lenders. If they plan on selling loans to Fannie Mae, it can't be in here. Thank you.
Just to add one point to what Diane said about landscaping, at the last landscaping meeting, Kurt had said that he's reached the accomplishment of going out to all the residents 4 times this year. Now, that's what he said in his meeting, and that's what he proposed that he did accomplish. And this is a big success for him that he announced that. And so he is accomplishing what he said he did. I just wanted to add that point. Any other responses?
Siobhan.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I would like to respond to Jim Hopkins regarding to what he mentioned. First of all, we should say that based on civil code, the first priority for any investment, especially for HOA, is safety. Second is liquidity, and third is yield. What he explained is emphasis on what is the yield. What is the safety? Number one. Number one is we protect the principle of what we have. And this was failed in 2019 when Sageview put all of this in the bond fund, which is the highest risk for any HOA community to put result there. Continuing, I don't know what is the reason, continuing get advice from Sageview. If an engineer built your house and the house collapsed, are you going and get again from that engineer some advice or not? They did wrong things to put it in the bond funds from the first place. United, yes, I agree that take loss, but can you exactly tell me, is 1.5 that is coming to the audit for the loss in GRF or not? The loss is lost. GRF lost too, and they don't want it. They keep saying it is paper loss. In audit, which is at the end of this year, that loss will count on the audit, and everybody can see it. So the loss is lost. What you are GRF doing is reinvesting whatever money is left over on the bond fund again. And that's the reality you wanted to accept or not accept. So based on first safety, no matter what, the yield should be treasury bill that in that case save the principal forever and not happen again. And that's what I wanted to respond to him. Thank you so much.
I wanted to add something to that, is that last November, we brought in 4 professionals from the outside community and residents that have massive investment experience to guide us, because between our board members, we are not the financial experts, and we don't think Sageview was doing such a good job with us. So we brought in those investment experts. They gave us their advice. We listened to it, we voted for it, and we went ahead with it. We also invited GRF to attend that meeting, and also invited, we would be glad to give the names of those professionals to give advice to GRF, but they never took us up on it. So we listened to professional advisors, and we came up with our decision, which we move forward with. And we will recover within 2 to 2.5 years our complete loss. And that's what I wanted to say. Any other comments? Siobhan, please.
Thank you. I had 2 things, please. First, I wanted to address the suicide rate and to assure you that the Social Services Division monitors this very closely, and our suicide rate is no higher than the demographic elsewhere in this area. And secondly, Steve Hormuth would like to come to the podium and speak very briefly, if that is all right, President Ross.
Thank you very much. Just to address the comment made by Mr. Armendariz with regards to the refunds. So there was a change that was made a couple of years ago with regards to the 6-month event that he was referring to, giving property tax refunds. That was corrected and is no longer an issue. There is a current refund that we're working with a resident. So she did submit it in December. We've met with her at least once. We've been in contact. And in fact, I met with her, actually I spoke with her yesterday. So, and committed to having it done by this week. So one of the challenges is it's been, Mr. Armendariz came through and did an analysis of the refund. And what we're finding is that the refund that we originally proposed was correct. So it's sitting on my desk. It was reviewed by our controller. It's now sitting with me to make certain that the calculation was done correctly. And again, it'll be addressed by the end of the week. So thank you.
Yeah, I do have a comment on those bond funds were mostly moderate risk, and they are not disallowed by the code. They are moderate risk. And so the other thing is, on that ad hoc committee, there were amateur investors on that committee. Amateurs. So if you're saying that they were professional and knew what they were doing, I don't think so. Thank you.
What is that? 35 years experience.
Thank you. This is to Elizabeth Romano. I understand your concern about the drop-in lounge. I know it's been a problem for years. This is not the forum, however. There were, at the time you spoke, 3 GRF directors in the room. It would be a CAC issue about the drop-in lounge.
CAC means what, please?
Community Activities Committee. But I will tell you that the Community Activities Director in charge was sitting 2 rows behind you. So I think maybe she got your message. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, a couple comments. First, I know Chris Collins has left the room, but I just want to say I appreciate all that social services does and what Laguna Woods, the foundation, does. I think they do a great job, and it needs to be recognized as much as possible. The other thing is John spoke about roofs and that a little bit, and I informed him how we had a great town hall meeting not too long ago, and I'm going to put him in touch with Mr. Scott, was it, from Lettner Roofing, to talk to him about any concerns in that. So hopefully that'll be a good way. But I just encourage people in the town halls when they're available, if you come to them, because they've been very good and well attended. The other thing I have to say is I appreciate Andre and your apology. It takes a lot to stand up in front of a group and say that, so I do appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Just a quick one on the community's activities. That is going to meet again on April 13th.
Mr. President, one more. Well, to respond what Director Casey says, if she has spent a little bit time and read the background of those people, it would be appreciated. 4 people in the ad hoc, all was over 35 years experience. And plus, what President Ross mentioned about professional, we invite outside professional advisor. So not only 4 people inside working hours and hours and hours, week after week over that, we invite outside professional that they are very well known, and then we got advice from them. I wanted just to correct it, and it would be appreciated if she reads something. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next item is we don't have a VMS board update this month. Response to past open forum speakers. Okay, Cash, do you have some responses?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a response here. Joe Fitzcamp, 405D, he thanked the board members for their services and hard work. He informed the board he is available to offer his expertise whenever needed. And the statement has been received. Next one is Harold Middens, 421B. He was asking the board to do something about services that residents should be receiving. He is voicing out his opinion that dues are high and services are low. He mentioned the following services not being done. 1, cleaning the refrigerator, 2, mulching, and 3, roof cleaning. The outcome is residents are responsible for cleaning their own appliances, including the back of their refrigerators. Landscape maintenance other than mowing is performed 4 times each year, and schedule is posted on our website. Roof cleaning is determined on a case-by-case basis. Gutter cleaning occurs once a year. Next one was Maxine McIntosh, 868C. She thanked the board for practicing good oversight. She suggested that it would be a great idea to produce a booklet or a pamphlet that outlines the services with contact information that can be handy for residents. Suggestion is received and being looked at. Next one was Terry Paulette, 890P, and she is asking about the CD status, if we are fully vested, and what is the average interest rate. Director Ascari answered that we are fully vested and the average interest rate is around 4%. We do not discuss anything that pertains to legal issues in an open session. He was also asking about the surplus. The surplus issue was already answered by Finance Director Steve Vermouth last month. And that's the response I have.
Thank you. Okay, and we're skipping number 9. There's no VMS board update. Is that correct? Okay. Next is CEO report. Siobhan.
Thank you, President Ross. President Ross, honorable members of the board, I have a few updates this morning that I'd like to share with you as well as our audience. And President Ross did touch on the start of the 2024 budget preparation process, but I just want to make sure everyone has the upcoming dates. And this will be to review existing 2023 service levels. There will be department workshops presented by the department heads on Monday, March 20th and Wednesday, March 23rd. Both of these are at 9:30 here in the boardroom. And then there will be a landscape and maintenance review Wednesday, March 29th at 1:30 p.m., again here in the boardroom. And that will kick off our 2024 budget preparation process. I also want to share the results of the fall 2022 waste evaluation that is conducted by the city and the contracted waste hauler, CR&R. And this is pursuant to the organics law, which is Senate Bill 1383. Non-compliance with this law occurs when the sampled weight of the prohibited container contaminants exceed 25%. So to put that in layman's terms, if organic waste is found in non-organic waste containers, or if non-organic waste is found in organic containers, there's a problem. The first evaluation occurred in April, and everything was good with respect to the organics and meeting our requirements. The second evaluation occurred in October and November of this past year. Of the 6 routes sampled, all were in compliance with Senate Bill 1383. So that means we're doing a good job recycling our organics, and I want to thank our residents for that. However, 3 of the 6 routes sampled showed significant amounts of incorrectly disposed waste. So there was organic waste placed not in the green container, or non-organic recyclables not placed in the blue containers, or non-organic waste not placed in the gray containers. So we really have to be mindful of where we put our trash, our recyclables, and our organics. So as a reminder, we will be doing targeted outreach to those who reside on the particular routes where we saw too many recyclables in the trash stream, for instance, and so forth. And additionally, the city is making up to $1,000 available to support a mutually agreed upon education and outreach effort, again, just to help residents understand the importance of putting the right waste commodities in the right bins. So that will be forthcoming. But again, thanks to everyone who helps with the organic compliance. That's a big deal. I wanted to mention that the Spring Real Estate Forum will occur on Wednesday, May 3rd at 3 o'clock in Clubhouse 5. This forum will feature a panel discussion to answer questions about village processes. Real estate brokers, agents, and escrow officers are encouraged to share feedback about manor resales and how we can enhance our process. And if you have a topic you would like discussed at that forum, you may email your suggestions or questions to the following email address, and that is realtorforums@vmsinc.org. Again, that's realtorforums@vmsinc.org. And we encourage everyone to register for this event because seats are limited and we're expecting a large turnout. And again, you RSVP using that same email address, realtorforums@vmsinc.org. And lastly, the Transportation Division will be holding its first bus information meeting since the pandemic, and that will occur on Wednesday, March 15th at 10 a.m. to noon in the Clubhouse 1 main lounge. At these meetings, discussion topics include transportation services for the fixed route, paratransit, Lyft rideshare, and destination shopping, as well as bus access, bus safety rules and regulations, and the Bus Buddy program. So if you need any information about the transportation program, we encourage you to attend tomorrow's meeting. And again, that's at 10 a.m. in Clubhouse 1. And that concludes my updates this morning. Thank you.
Siobhan. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. Addressing the organic thing, where I live, the cul-de-sac where I live, I have to hump up a big old hill to get rid of my organics. And some of the people like me are old and cranky, and they refuse to do that. And I thought that they were going to relocate one of those green things down where we are. So I know in our cul-de-sac we have some attitudes brewing there because we have to walk up a big hill to dump our organics.
Tony, may I have your cul-de-sac number, and I'll have Robert take a look at that,
Cul-de-sac 40.
Thank you.
Kesh, and then Diane.
Siobhan, I missed the time for your RE Forum meeting. What time is it?
For the, which meeting, please?
Yeah, May 3rd?
Oh, it's at 3 o'clock in Clubhouse 5.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
My question is about the garbage bins. Now, you know, they're so hard to lift up. I mean, I'm pretty young, but I'm disabled because I can't lift my arm. So if I have to put something in, I can't lift that thing. I have to push it over, and it's so heavy, and then dump my garbage, and then push it back. So it's just a difficult situation. I don't know why they can't. They promised that they were going to replace them in the beginning of the year.
We never promised a wholesale replacement. We've asked you, as former Director Armendariz mentioned, that you report the location to CRR, and they're replacing approximately 3 per week. They're specially fabricated, so it takes time for them to construct the new bins to replace them. But it's important that you get on the list, so please report the specific location.
It seems like an ineffective way to mass produce because, you know, they're doing it by order.
They have no contractual obligation to change out the bins. They're doing this at no charge to the city and to us.
Well, I appreciate it. Put your call in, get that thing done.
Siobhan, I also have several requests for people putting the organic bin in their cul-de-sac because it was either they have to go across the street or it was too far. And I think these people try to follow the rules and never get the response, so they end up putting their organic waste to the regular. And as a result, we have these problems with, you know, not handling our trash in a correct way. I have repeatedly sent the addresses and the cul-de-sac numbers to Robert, and at one time I was told that they were not going to add any more because of the cost. So I think I'm going to keep doing it, and hopefully we'll get some results because I know they're not adding anymore.
If Robert were here, he's not this morning, he would tell you that we are typically not adding new containers because we are meeting the organics recycling requirement. The waste streams we're having problem with is people putting cardboard, for instance, in the regular trash. Yeah. And so that's where we really need our emphasis. But right now we're doing quite well with the organic stream. So there are no one plans to add additional containers. If one needs to be relocated, that is something we clearly could look at.
Thank you. I hate to go on with this, but we couldn't lift our bin tops, and they came by and put handles at the top of them, and so now we can lift them. They have a handle on them, and that worked very well. I'm in 37. And we were all surprised. All of a sudden, we had something to use.
Thank you. Siobhan, as I heard what you say, if I heard correctly, the problem is maybe lack of information and communication with the residents, and they don't know sometimes. In my cul-de-sac, every time I go, I'm very famous there to tell them how to do it. Fortunately, they are not putting any gardening things on that one. But is after at least 5 times standing there until people come and I tell them not to do it. My recommendation, again, is the best way is just bombard them on with the information. E-blast, everybody these days, they are eating. Is one, every week even comes, is okay. Another, it came to my mind, especially if there is a fund, make a one day in the summer an event, some refreshment, and then bring it, like literally demonstrate it, and people have fun with the residents. Just an idea. Maybe that would be helpful.
And we have been having solid waste tables, if you will, at community events. They were at the Bazaar a couple of weeks ago. They will be at Earth Day coming up. So they are doing that personal one-on-one connection. We do regularly e-blast. There was a huge feature in the recent Breeze. We've been on TV6, but we will continue our efforts.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Siobhan, when is the transportation meeting? It's Clubhouse 1. When did you say that was tomorrow?
It is tomorrow morning.
And what time is it?
At 10 a.m. to noon.
10 to noon.
And again, that's the first one the division is holding since the pandemic. We used to hold them about every other month. So we're excited to start that up again.
Good. Thank you. Consent calendar. Thank you. Consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are recommended for action by committees and will be enacted by the board by one motion. In the event that an item is removed from the consent calendar by members of the board, such items shall be the subject of further discussion and action by the board. So any motion to approve or remove any of these agenda items?
Make a motion to approve as all.
Okay, Azar made a motion to approve. Is it seconded? Cash? Seconded. Okay, so consent calendar is.
I have a question.
Okay, sure, Diane.
So what does it mean when you say the finance committee has no report? Does that mean that it's not ratified?
Yes, it is ratified. It says, read it. I told you, please read. Last sentence. Such review is hereby ratified.
That is the subleasing and transfer of trust.
Number A. Last sentence on number A.
Number A, okay. All right, so then just the other thing is just the.
Is ratified by two, yes, is ratified.
Okay. Okay, so so consent calendar is approved. Next item is unfinished business, item 12. And first item is update committee assignments. So I have a proposal to make. Now we have a new director, and my proposal, which might save us some time here, is on the United committees to make the following changes. The first item is governing documents, which has Maggie, Diane, and Azar. Azar will take herself off that committee and replace with Sue Kwam on governing documents. And then on landscaping, United Landscaping Committee, Diane, Anthony, and me are on that committee. I'm going to remove myself from that committee and replace myself with Sue Kwam on landscaping. And then on GRF committees, if we go to that.
I don't see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed it's not in the handout.
Yeah, we didn't have one this month because we didn't have any changes.
Okay.
So that's why it wasn't in the agenda packet.
Okay,
But we can
so-
definitely add that
Oh,
if
we
you
can
want.
change it. We can change it. We can
Yeah,
just say.
so I'd like to tell you about the two changes that I'd like to propose on GRF, even though you don't have copies of them. One is broadband, which currently has Diane and Allison I wanted to take off Diane and replace her with Sue Kwam. And the other one is IT, and that is Diane and Mary. Mary, I'd like to remove her and replace her with Sue Kwam. And this is all if it's okay with them. Sue has expressed an interest in all 4 of these committees. And so I'm asking for your approval, Diane, Mary, myself, and Azar, for allowing us to give Sue the chance to work on these committees. So, Diane.
Now, I've been on this ad hoc committee for broadband since its inception, and I have been a very valuable player in this. So I really want to stay on it, and you could even consult with the broadband committee, because Siobhan, just raise your hand, I don't know.
I'm receiving a question from Eileen Pullen, who's the staff liaison to that committee, asking that there not be changes in the membership, but perhaps I can see if we can add Sue as an advisor so she gets familiar with the topic. But yeah, we're not going to lose the background.
Okay. So is that okay, Sue, for you to be an advisor? Okay. So Diane, you're still on. And,
Okay. And the IT is kind of the same thing, but you're saying Mary doesn't want to be on it? I don't know.
Well, I haven't, I'd like to stay on the IT because I owned an internet company. I owned a software company, so I have a lot of background in it. So did you want to stay on it or go away?
Well, I do want to stay on it, but I could just be an advisor.
Okay, so you wouldn't mind being
Is
an
that fine?
advisor?
Again, we need to, I'm sorry to interject, we need to make sure that the advisor roles are possible, so.
Okay,
Let us find that out.
okay.
So
But
in
you
that
know,
case, as I understand, on the IT, we take Diane off and put Sue on that one, so it's still
Not
Sue
Sue,
get 2.
not Sue, Mary.
No, Mary
I'm
is
on it.
already there.
Oh, you're already on
And
it.
Sue
Okay.
get 2 as well. So
Okay.
we're trying to give at least 2.
But maybe put you advisor.
Because I have been on it since the beginning. I mean, we don't really say very much, but we do listen. And we do-
Because Sue
and-
has a great background in IT.
And my background is I install software. I
so,
install
yeah,
accounting
so
software.
everybody
I do
has
it
background.
right now, property management.
So we're not
Right now.
replacing you, we're just saying Mary will change with Sue on IT. And Mary, if you wanted to be an advisor of IT, we can do that? Or-
We
Well,
need to
she
check the
wants to be on
rules.
it. She
I
wants
just
to
need to find out the process for doing that. I don't want to
Okay, you're
commit
gonna take
prematurely.
Diane off.
That's okay, just take me off. I'm
Are
good.
you sure? Okay, Tom.
Okay. I make the motion, we make the 2 changes on the United boards. The governing documents review committee, we replace Azar with Sue Kwam, and on the landscape committee, we replace Lenny Ross with Sue Kwam. And we hold off on any decisions on GRF at this time.
No, you don't need to hold off because it's just accepted right now.
You need,
It's just do it, and then Mary said it's do it, and she just was
second
last
that
month.
motion.
yeah, but
I second that
Okay,
motion.
second.
Okay, I amended that motion to add the, for the, well, yeah, I amended, for 2 IT, and then for, you said broadband, you wanted to stay, correct? Diane and Allison still be in the broadband? That's what you wanted, okay?
Yeah.
And then, but for the GRF ad hoc committee, we said IT is going to be Diane and Sue. And so in that case, Diane, you are in 4 of them. Can you like give 1 to Sue for GRF committee activity?
Well, let's see.
Something.
I don't have them listed.
It's in front of you. It's in the
I'll
page.
take-
GRF?
Okay.
And it's in
Point of
here.
information, we have a motion on the floor or not? Or
Yeah.
are we
Yes.
amending the motion?
I am amending the
What's going
motion.
on?
All right, calm down. There's no debate.
I'm amending the motion.
I'm not debating, I'm
Okay.
asking for what we're
All right,
doing here.
Okay, so there's an amendment
Yes.
to the resolution?
Yes.
And do you want to explain your amendment again?
Sure. I want to accept what Tom says for the 2 changes in the United, and for GRF, we can put Sue in IT, which is Diane Casey and Sue Quam. And in GRF committee activity, we can take Sue and Pearl rather than Diane and Pearl.
Wait, what are you talking about? Community activities?
GRF community activity
No,
committees.
we weren't even talking about that. I'm on that committee. I've been on it.
Hold on. Okay, Shaban, did you
In
have?
terms of process, the ad hoc committees are GRF committees, so we can make the request for an advisor, but it needs to go through the GRF board. So that is what I am proposing.
Can you say that again?
These are GRF ad hoc committees, so any changes need to go through the GRF board. So I will make the suggestions that Sue be added as an advisor to one or both ad hoc committees. But again, we don't have the authority today to make that a reality.
Excuse me, these are not for advisor. We're talking about a representative of the United in GRF. We are not talking about advisor. We're talking about be a member of
Let's
representative.
get back to what we were talking. Okay, the original proposal, which was by Tom, was to take care of the United assignments. And the two United assignments were governing documents, which was replacing Azar with Sue, and landscaping, which was replacing me with Sue. And according to the original proposal, which was seconded, we have to vote on that first. If there's no other discussion, we'll vote on yes or no, and then we'll take up the amended resolution. Is that correct? Okay,
When we make amendment, I think we should, as he knows Robert rules, when we make amendment, we vote on the amendment.
Okay, which is correct?
Tony knows.
First, if there was a motion been made, then there was another motion to amend the original motion, we vote on the proposed amendments first. Then we go back and vote on the main motion as amended.
Okay.
And I have a question.
Diane, please.
So I don't think it's up to Azar to make, these
My name is Azar, not
proposals.
Azar.
Azar.
anyone
To take me off of communities activities. I've been on that committee, and I'm definitely doing a good job. So I want to stay on it.
Okay, so that's fine. So we need to, okay, go ahead, Tom.
The amended motion wasn't seconded.
Oh,
Good.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to make a new amended motion.
okay.
So the amended motion.
No, you're making an amendment.
An
Period.
amendment motion, okay. So the amendment that I would like to make is that United committee meetings would be,
No, that's the original motion.
Who has the floor,
okay,
please?
That's the original motion.
okay. So the amendment was just the changes that we'd like to the original proposal. And in the okay, so the changes to the amendment I'd like to propose is for broadband GRF to make Sue an advisor. And,
Can't do that. Can't do that. It's not within our jurisdiction.
all right, then the amendment that I'd like to make is for IT, GRF IT, to replace Mary with Sue Quam. And on the GRF landscape, I'd like to remove my name and replace GRF landscape with Sue Quam.
Okay. I second.
That's the only changes that I'd like in the amendment.
Okay.
Is that seconded?
Yes, I
Azar
second it.
Okay.
We have the same problem. The two GRF ad hoc committees need to be approved by the GRF board. We can make the recommendation that Sue be added as
Well, that's what
advisors.
we're recommending.
It's not advisor.
That's what we're recommending. Well,
Mr. President, may I make a comment?
yes, please.
I know this is irregular for staff to jump up, but with all due respect, you're absolutely correct. These appointments are by GRF. Having overseen two ad hocs that have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on very critical projects that require some upcoming quick decision-making, and I think
it's fair to say I'm probably speaking for Chuck as well. I would strongly caution moving anyone off of those committees because of the hundreds of hours of education that has gone into it. We've already had an example on our broadband ad hoc of this happening. It has, and it's all due respect to you, Sue, but it has set us back so much because in my case, I've had to sit down with somebody and try to take them a year back. Mm-hmm. And it's really difficult. So I'm just saying, and I'm sorry, I'm very nervous because I know this is out of order, but look at the staff time and the volunteer time that you're pulling off of these committees before you do that. That's just my insider scoop on that. The other thing is, Shimon is absolutely correct, and I know this because I've spent a great deal of time with the JRF president on this. Any advisor has to come. It can't be a voted recommendation like this. It has to come from GRF. So you can have a conversation with her about that. So just again, I'm trying to look at efficiency, saving time and money, which is what we're all about. So thank you for listening.
Okay. So
Can I add one more thing?
Any other discussions about the amendment?
No, amendment is okay. And to respond, landscape that President Ross offer is not ad hoc, it's just normal committee. So landscape and information technology, even Mary was new. Just substitute 1 month Mary with Sue doesn't make much difference. So it's not like Mary was there 2 years and now we are substitute Mary with Sue. So what President Ross offer with IT, Sue be there, and then with landscape, both of them is as a representative.
So, okay,
Yes.
should we call for the vote or?
Yes.
So what, are we voting for United and GRF appointments?
voting-
Or are we
Yes.
just going to do the United
Yeah,
first
I believe
and then
we'll-
discuss
That's a
more
good question. Paul, please.
President Ross, generally we vote for United and GRF separately, so let's take care of the United committee appointments first, then we'll vote for the GRF
All right.
secondly. So
All
let's
right.
do the United one first, which
So-
Tom did move initially, then Diane Casey seconded.
Okay, so that's already been seconded. So let's take a turn and vote for the United recommendations that Tom had recommended.
I'll have you guys vote on the screen if you don't mind, so we can just get it done properly.
I'm sorry?
I'll have you guys vote on the screen.
Or you can ask
Oh,
if there
okay.
is any objection. If there is no objection,
Well, could you read the motion?
Okay, I'll repeat it. For United, for governing documents, Azar is going to be removed, and Sue would replace her, Sue Kwam. And for landscaping, United, landscaping, I would be removed, and Sue would replace me. Those are the only two changes. And just for your reference, United Governing Documents currently has Maggie, Diane, and Azar, and Landscaping currently has Diane, Anthony, and me.
Oh,
So
which one?
United Landscaping currently has Diane, Anthony, and me. And Governing Documents has Maggie, Diane, and Azar.
Yeah, but you said you, and it's Sue.
yeah.
I know.
Okay. The
Currently.
current, okay.
And I'm being replaced by Sue.
Okay, perfect.
And so does that clarify that
Yes.
for United? Okay. So everyone in favor of that, please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Azar, you're okay?
Yes, I said.
Okay, then we take up GRF. GRF changes are GRF landscaping currently has Diane and me on it, and I'm taking myself off of it and replacing myself with Sue. And then the other change is IT, GRF IT, and Mary is being replaced by, Diane and Mary are currently on the committee. Mary is being replaced by Sue Kwam on that committee. Those are the only two changes we're going to make
Yeah.
for GRF.
I second.
Please.
So can I ask Sue, would you rather be on that or GRF Media and Communications? Because I'd really like to stay on IT.
You would really like to stay on IT?
Yeah, I have a 35 years experience, so.
Okay.
But
And what are you suggesting?
media and communications.
And communications. Certainly. And
Because I
maybe
think
we
you have a
could-
big
we
background
could,
in that.
That would be fine. And then who knows what will happen in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would like to come and attend a lot of these meetings to learn.
You can.
And,
Yeah.
you know, and if an advisor position would pop up, that would be great.
I have a comment.
Yes, please.
I think that would be an excellent spot for you because that is where broadband is discussed.
Okay.
You know, it's a lot to do with the communication in this village. So I think it's a great place for you. I mean, if there's room, who's on it? I'm not on it. I'm not on that committee. I'm only on broadband.
Who is
ad hoc.
currently on media and communications? Do we know for
It's
GRF?
Maggie Blackwell and Mary Simon.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Maggie and Mary.
Maggie and Mary.
And FYI, that is a regular committee, so any director can attend and be heard from the floor. And so you can warm up that way first, or you can, whatever. If we vote you in today, that's different. But anyone can appear at that committee.
Okay, so I'm changing my GRF amendment to reflect GRF landscaping, which currently has Diane and Lenny, me. I'm replacing myself with Sue. And then media and communications, which currently has Maggie and Mary. Mary is being replaced with Sue on media and communications. Just those two. Okay. Well, is everyone in agreement with that or any changes to that? Okay. All right, everyone in favor of those two changes, please raise your hand. Okay, very good.
He has a question.
No, I just have a comment because I think as much as possible when we make these changes, as we did, that we should take the recommendation of the staff and take that into consideration because sometimes we don't know what's going on. So I'm really glad that we came to this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's passed?
Okay, it's passed.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank
Point
you.
of
Thank you,
information,
Tony.
Mr. Chair, I'd like, my short-term memory isn't any good anymore. I'd like to have staff put this new changes in mailbox as quickly as possible so I can get myself oriented.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Next item is 12B. Entertain a motion to approve the revision to the Architectural Standard 35 solar panels, one-story buildings and buildings with unshared roof space. February initial notification, 28-day notification with a member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. Should we take B and C together? Because they're very similar.
I request that the resolutions be read aloud, the pink pages.
Okay. So, Mary, could you, now that you're back, could you read 12B? 12B, which is, yeah.
Page 9 of 26.
Yeah. Revised Resolution 01-23-XX, Alteration Standard Section 35, Solar Panels, one-story buildings and buildings. Whereas the Board of Directors of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board recognizes the need to amend standards and create new standards as necessary, and whereas the Board recognizes the need to revise Standard 35, solar panels, one-story buildings, now therefore be it resolved March 14, 2023, that the board hereby adopts Standard 35 solar panels, one-story buildings as attached to the official meeting minutes, and resolve further that Resolution 01-08-61, adopted April 8, 2008, is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect, and resolved further the mutual consent processing fee for solar panel installation is to be calculated based on 4.7 hours charged at the current bill rates and is to be applied at the time an application is approved, and resolve further the mutual consent processing fee for solar panel installation requests is set at the initial rate of $223 for 2023 and will be adjusted annually with the adoption of the new bill rates, and resolve further the mutual consent processing time for solar panel installation requests is to be completed within 45 days from receipt of a complete application, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written.
Any questions? Maggie?
I move this resolution.
I'll second.
It's seconded by Sue. Okay. Any questions of any discussion about it before we move to the vote?
Yes, do we need to consider page 23, 26 at the same time on this one?
Which is, what is 23 of 26?
It's the resolution for the solar application processing fee, and it's all in 13, or all in 12B here.
It's on the pink page also. It's third from the bottom.
So should that be read as well?
Well, the resolution says, and the new alteration fee schedule will be adopted.
Yes.
So it's all, I think it's already covered.
Right.
And it also talks about the attachment.
Right.
And I have a comment about that.
Yeah, please. Diane.
So on that fee, I think they were just taking out the permit charge that the city charges, from our fee. So that's a separate fee that they pay with the city, from what I remember. Is that not true?
Wait.
No.
Tony?
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Bart Mejia here, the
Yeah,
Assistant
right.
Director, Operations guy, and he can answer, and he already has in our last meeting, if you remember. He's put a lot of time in this, and he can answer any questions that we have.
Bart?
Thank you, Mr. President, board members. The fee that you see before you is the fee that a shareholder or his or her contractor will pay VMS for the processing of a solar panel installation application. The fee that the city requires is a separate fee, and we do not list that fee since we do not take action on that item. This is just a fee for mutual consent.
Okay. Maggie?
Yes, so we are looking at page 9 of 26 is the one she read. And if you look at page 23 of 26, that's a different resolution. So we can vote the first one in and then look at the second one and vote that one in. See? They're both labeled 12B. So that was attachment 8. The first one is attachment 3, which has a line about the fees, third from the bottom. And the second one is the actual proposed fee resolution and fee schedule, which is, so they are both as 12B. So I'd suggest we vote for the first pink page and then for the second pink page, please, for whatever reasons there are.
So if we could get you guys to read both resolutions for this item, which you read the first one, and then make one motion to approve both those resolutions, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, Mary, can you read the second?
So the second resolution is Resolution 01-23-XX, and this is the solar application processing fee. Whereas alteration and variance requests require significant staff time for proper processing, including research, report preparation, presentation to the appropriate committee and board, and whereas in order to offset a portion of the administrative costs associated with processing variance requests, which is often followed by multiple resubmittals and can be followed by an appeal to the board in accordance with Resolution 01-20-27, and whereas the following revisions are approved. Number one, the solar installation application fee is revised to $223, and whereas the new alteration fee schedule better aligns the fees with the administrative time it takes to process each task. Now therefore be it resolved, March 14th, 2023, to partially offset administrative costs associated with processing alteration and variance requests, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby revise the alteration and inspection fees as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and the new alteration fee schedule will be adopted. And resolve further that Resolution 01-19-22, adopted February 12, 2019, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the resolution.
I move that resolution.
Okay.
Second.
And seconded by Diane. Okay. So it looks like 12, just for discussion, it looks like 12B was the same resolution. We just read the second part of 12B.
Yeah.
Because we haven't talked about 12C,
Right.
which is what Michaela said we should review as well. And the difference between 12B and 12C is 12B is for one-story buildings, and 12C is for two-story buildings. So we've addressed the one-story buildings, and we could vote on that, or go to 12C and read that as well.
We should,
The
Go ahead.
motion is for the two resolutions that are within 12B, not for 12C.
Right.
So we'd just be voting on the resolutions contained in 12B.
12B,
Is
okay.
that correct, Michaela? Okay.
Okay, so let's, if there's any other discussion, or let's go over the vote for 12B. All those in favor of 12B, raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Very good. Okay, moving to 12C. So would you like to read that, please, Mary?
So this is revised resolution 01-23-XX, alteration standard, section 42, solar panels, two-story buildings. Whereas the Board of Directors of the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board recognizes the need to amend standards and create new standards as necessary, and whereas the board recognizes the need to revise standard 42- solar panels, two-story buildings, now therefore be it resolved March 14th, 2023, that the board hereby adopts standard 42 solar panels, two-story buildings as attached to the official meeting minutes, and resolve further that Resolution 01-14-130, adopted October 23rd, 2014, is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect, and resolve further the mutual consent processing fee for solar panel installation is to be calculated based on 4.7 hours charged at the current bill rates, and is to be applied at the time of application is approved, and resolve further the mutual consent processing fee for solar panel installation requests is set at the initial rate of $223 for 2023 and will be adjusted annually with the adoption of the new bill rates. And resolve further the mutual consent processing time for solar panel installation requests is to be completed within 45 days from receipt of a complete application. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written.
Would you like to read the second one, too? That goes with that?
That's on page 39 and 42.
Thank you. I've got it. Proposed fee resolution and fee schedule, Resolution 01-23-XX, solar application processing fee. Whereas alteration and variance requests require significant staff time for proper processing, including research, report preparation, presentation to the appropriate committee and board, and whereas in order to offset a portion of the administrative costs associated with processing variance requests, which is often followed by multiple resubmittals and can be followed by an appeal to the board in accordance with Resolution 01-20-27, and whereas the following revisions are approved. 1, the solar installation application fee is revised to $223, and whereas the new alteration fee schedule better aligns the fees with the administrative time it takes to process each task. Now therefore be it resolved March 14th, 2023, to partially offset administrative costs associated with processing alteration and variance requests, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby revised the alteration and inspection fees as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and the new alteration fee schedule will be adopted, and resolve further that Resolution 01-19-22, adopted February 12, 2019, is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the resolution.
Is there a motion to accept?
I move to approve this resolution.
Okay. Seconded by Allison. Any discussion before the vote? Oh, Paul.
I do apologize, President Ross. Dick Rader actually had a comment previously, and I was trying to get your attention. So let me have him speak, if you don't mind.
Sure. Go ahead, Dick. Can you hear us? We're here waiting for you. He's muted.
There we go.
All right.
Anthony has a question.
Yeah, Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask Mr. Mejia how I would answer one of my resident friends lives on the bottom floor, and the diagram that Mr. Mejia gave us last time, where he sectioned off roofs on the second story, and each resident or manor has the section on the roof. What happens if, in the case where a resident has a skylight in his section of the roof, how will we answer that individual? Because then he would be impeded by having solar, right? Because he's had a skylight.
Director Liberatore, and that is a great question. And one of the sections of the standard addresses that specific situation, and that is what we state, that it is on a first come, first serve. If within the space that is allocated for that individual shareholder, there are already improvements, it could be a vent, it could be a skylight, they will have to work around that obstruction and place solar panels in the remaining area.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Could you please let us know how often we're changing the roof? Because if somebody put it and then United Mutual wants to change the roof, that they have to take all of those off. Isn't correct?
That is correct. To re-roof a roof, it will require that any of the solar panels that are installed be removed at the applicant's or shareholder's expense and reinstalled. The frequency of replacing those roofs, as you know, they carry a 30-year warranty. So once a new roof is installed, that is going to be there for the next 30 years. And the only thing that we have to protect is the new roof that has been installed to prevent any leaks, and that is covered by the standard as well.
So the lifetime is 30 years.
It will last between 30 and 50 years, depending on the type of roof or the type of flat roofs. It carries a 30-year warranty.
30. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Oh, Dick, are you back, Dick? Dick Rader? No. Okay. Dan?
So I was just wondering, what is the Seville considered? A two-story or one-story?
Well, it's over itself, so there's no under
There's
manner.
no, right, so every person has their half
Yeah.
of the roof.
Okay. Can we go to vote?
It's all mapped out? Oh, good. For each model? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, were you asking for the
Well,
ones-
it's just, she said it's mapped out for each model, but my model is a Seville. I would like to do it, and so, and there's no alterations up there. But, so B and C have one half of that roof that they share, you know. It's on a slope, and I don't even know if it gets direct good sunlight. I'd have to check.
So if it is a single story and there is one roof and both of you share the same roof and there are 2 units, then you get 1/2 of that available area.
It's kind of a two-story, but
But it has 2 floors. Each unit has 2 floors. So this is one unit with the second story and roof up here. This is the other unit with the second story and roof up here. Okay. So each one has its own roof. Each manor has its own roof. So, own section of the roof. So it's just like a regular fourplex.
And for that style, then the previous standard would apply.
previous standard would apply? Previous standard?
Yes.
Oh.
So I just have, it really doesn't matter in that when the permit is applied, then the configuration will be looked at.
Oh, good. Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah, good.
So,
Great.
In reading the material last evening and looking at the various designs, I thought this was for flat roofs and that you had to be able to hide the solar panels so that they're not visible or not a bother to other areas. Is that correct?
So the standards highlight the additional requirements for installation of flat roofs. And that's why that is more predominant, because that the new roofs that are installed, we need to make sure that they are protected and that we preserve their warranty. For the other applications and the other types of roofs, then it follows the general standard with the general conditions of approval. So it applies to all of the different types of roofs that we have, but we place more emphasis on the new flat roof to make sure that the installers know that there are additional conditions that they need to follow.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. All those. Sorry, did we ever got Dick or not? I guess we give up on Dick. So all those in favor of this motion for 12C, please raise your hand. Okay, it's approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item 12D, entertain a motion to amend the United Anti-Harassment Policy, February initial notification, 28-day notification for member review and comments to comply with Civil Code 4360 has been satisfied. So Mary, can you read 12D, please?
Resolution 01-23-XX, amend the United Anti-Harassment Policy. Whereas the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board of Directors has recognized the need to amend the harassment policy to set forth guidelines for harassment complaints received by the board. Now therefore be it resolved March 14th, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopt the amended harassment policy as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further that Resolution 01-18-102, adopted September 28, 2018, is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolve further that the officers and agenda of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
Agents.
Does that say agents?
Agents.
Yeah.
It should say agents.
I'm sorry, I think the amendment needs to be fixed.
Yes, it will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
I move to pass this resolution. So first we have to make him
I second.
second. Okay.
And I there needs to be amendment to change the
No, just a
wording.
word that.
Does
he's
that
gonna-
need an amendment to change
No,
the
it's
wording?
just typo.
Azar, when you make your motion, you can say I approve to,
Thank you.
yeah, yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's Scrivener's error.
Any discussion or questions about this amendment? Okay. All those in favor of 12D, entertain a motion to amend the United Anti-Harassment Policy. Please raise your hand. Okay, that's approved. Thank you. Okay, new business. Item number 13. I noticed that the February town hall is in here, and Azar, you moderated it. Do you want to talk a little bit about the
Yes, thank
town
you.
hall from February?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. President. Yes, it was February 10, and the title was Rain and Roof. The guest speaker came from Ledner Roofing Company, and he was with United from 1990. So I highly recommended any residents, if you have any problem, first call them. He knows all the roofs very well. And he gave his phone number, 714-493-8480, and his name is Joey Scott. And he was willing to come and give free estimate if you have any problem. And then the second part, of course, was open to the residents. And some residents have some problem and issue that I sent it, and I promised them to read it. Is Dan Farias, 2013B. Please remove leaves from roof. And the response is, VMS confirmed the flat roof clean project was completed in February. And in Lisa McCoo, 755B, landline telephone jack does not work. VMS again, thanks to them, checked them, and they said the phone line box to the building not working correctly. Resident service has a work order open to repair building box. And Sue Wood, 202F, and also Route 202G, a status of email sent to MNC committee in December regarding rain gutter. And then the response was MNC find the email messages and is reviewing the request for a change to the rain gutter. And Nancy Lannon, 669N, emails of news about village or repairs should be sent to the residents and owner both. And the response is, the owner will need to place on their account the tenant can contract chargeable services for the manor. All residents can receive a village news. However, they need to provide approval to receive the information. They can do this by signing up to receive the weekly newsletter, What's Up in the Village. So, and another from Nancy says, where are big numbers going to put on our building? The response is, the mutual do not have a separate standalone program to replace building address signs. Signs are replaced with new large reflected coded signs as part of the exterior paint program. So when your building is be painted, then the number is going to be there. But that might be discussed in the United for this year budget as well. Richard Richard at 46R says, does VMS clean alteration patio? And the response is, ticket was open with resident service to inspect the area patio, rain gutter, and advise the residents. Cheryl from 792B was informed that the roof would be cleaned in December, but it has not been done. When is going to be cleaned? The response is, VMS confirmed the flat roof cleaning project was completed in February. And 8720 asked for constant gutter issue. Again, the response is requested a ticket be opened in resident service to inspect and correct the rain gutter as needed. And residents is already got the response. And the last two is Carol Grack, 667C. How do I access the list of chargeable service for United? United provides non-emergency maintenance chargeable service. The list is located on the website by selecting go to the document, then click on United Laguna Woods Mutual. Under operating rules, you will find the charges. And the last one, 29O, gutter cleaning status. Again, the response is requested a ticket be open in resident service in inspect and correct the rain gutter. I deeply appreciate what VMS did and put effort and put result to all of this complaint. So that was my summary of the town hall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Maggie, would you like to do a report on the March meeting?
I'll give a preliminary report because we have not gotten all the questions answered yet. It was held on the 10th. It was very well attended. We had 60. They were very interested and very attentive. Tom Tuning, Diane Casey, Pearl Lee, and Maggie Blackwell were the directors. I introduced Sophia Sakamoto of Sakamoto and Ruelas and explained that United neither endorses nor recommends any firm helping with the town hall today. There are trust and financial advisors speaking several days a week also on TV6 available for these services. United does not endorse any firm. Ms. Sakamoto gave a presentation directly from the articles printed on the United website. Information for estate agents and heirs, and she went through all the questions on the document on the website, transfer and estate frequently asked questions. And she answered individual questions and additional questions and gave further explanation. It was very interactive. Members also received a third document, addendum to occupancy agreement, trustee membership. We will have a further report when we have the question and answers analyzed. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as far as future town halls,
Yes,
would
can I
you
offer
like to
something?
talk about them?
Some things that I noticed, and I received many emails regarding to my town hall, then later, is residents are confused what covered by mutual, what not covered by mutual. They think it's covered, and then the whole program and problem comes later when they realize it's not covered. So I think we need one section and then a good presentation of what is covered and what is not covered. And that is a lot of problem for the residents. So I would be happy to do a presentation with the getting help from staff what is, and then put that one.
It's covered by any subject or?
No, covers what mutual can cover. Yes, repairs, of course, repairs, yes, because it's very confusing for them. They think, actually one of them is right now here, we are going to have a big problem that you can see, because they think it's covered and then VMS says it's not covered. But if we give a guideline to them, and what is. So in that case, it can go by that one. Of course, guideline should be grabbed from the VMS.
Let's see, I don't know who had their hands up first, so I'll go with Maggie first.
Okay, that is covered in the governing documents, so we will help you with that because that does need to be fully discussed. It's never really understood. It is quite complex because the alterations are complex. And so when you're talking about replacement and not replacement, it basically is individual according to your escrow package. And when they come out and look, they can see if it is a united item or not. So it is quite complex. So we do need, I would agree that we need a town hall on that at some point, maybe very soon, because it is quite complex. I do new resident orientations and spend at least half hour a night on it. Thank you.
Okay, Diane and then Tony. Diane.
Well, this is a subject that we can't have staff come in and say.
Right.
So the board members would have to know it inside out. But I would say it would be a good subject to have like at a maintenance and construction meeting or an alterations meeting, or just a general meeting that staff could get involved because it's a complex issue. That we have a lot of committees that go over it.
Yeah, we would definitely have to have a lot of pre-work with staff before the town hall to fully understand what's covered and what's not covered for all the different repairs.
Because we don't want to make bad statements.
No.
Lenny?
Tony, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would really help if people would read their escrow package.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I read mine, and if people don't want to read it and they come there, it would help alleviate some of the complexity and some of the confusion if we instruct them to read their escrow papers or bring them back, Right. I mean, I did. I don't know why anybody else wouldn't.
Okay, yes, actually, alterations committee would be perfect for holding a big, well-publicized, regular alterations meeting simply on that. And that way we could hear from staff, because it would be a regular staff meeting. I don't know if that's possible, but that's the best chance that we have. And it would be on a regular meeting with the regular format. And it could be answered right there if we announced it. We've got lots of seats, and we can have an overflow room also that we can use. If we do that, that would be the advantage if staff will allow us to do that.
That would not be a town hall, that would be a regular
It
meeting.
would be a
exactly,
regular publicized
by
meeting.
staff.
Publicized, yeah.
Can I? Okay. This subject in 5 or 6 different direction goes, not enough even. So it doesn't matter that committee in the governing document, one time they put it, committee in MNC would one time put it, in the TV put one time, and in the town hall be one time. So the difference between town hall, because residents comes, as I said, needs absolutely get information from VMS and be as a presentation. Is just showing the guideline. And as Tony says, one of the things that in town hall we should emphasize, go and read your package. Yeah. I mean, that's one thing, that number one, that you have to do it. So all of these, even saying this one, go and read your package, is sometimes it needs some people tell them. I told you, I stand near the garbage can and told them what to put in there and what not to put. I mean, at our age, probably we should know, but I did it. I stand there and tell them, no, you cannot put this one in the garbage can. So it's necessary. I received emails, and they were confused about, in that meeting, which one they have to pay. So it's necessary. We gave a start with first guideline, and I give all of those presentation to any committee that they wanted to have.
Okay. I would suggest if you have this, to speak with staff several times, Bert and other MNC advisors who can help us with the town
definitely.
hall, because we have to
I'll
be very
get
clear
staff.
about that.
Absolutely. Nothing without permission of the staff, because they know.
Diane.
Okay, well, it appears that that is a great subject and needs a lot of studying. But one thing that came up at this town hall we just had was people are so frustrated about the loans. They don't understand why. They think there's all kinds of underlying things. We're choosing not to get the insurance. So it would be a great subject, I think, to have and to explain the different things. You could even have somebody from insurance talk about what's happened that Fannie Mae won't do the loans. And there's, so anyway, I think it's a good subject, so.
May I respond? Yes, Fannie Mae actually recently, everybody knows, stopped even for third. It's not just for us.
No.
I mean, just weird things that they are doing. So I understand, but since I will definitely want for maybe later months after this ad hoc committee getting to the point that I have something to say. Right now we are in the deep research, and again, please read the background of these people. Amazingly, these people that is in the ad hoc are educated, and they are going through this. So I wanted, before we go to the town hall, which I don't have anything to say, and can we or can we not have, if anybody asks question, I don't know at this point. We're working with Pamela Bashline very close to that. So it's very good suggestion. I will take it, but down the road after ad hoc, we're getting to some point.
Okay, I think we are actually talking about a possibility of 2 town halls here. Okay, so I
Which
think
one comes first?
I think we can work it out, divide it up into 2 town halls.
Yes, it's going to be
and work one right after the other, and both of them are necessary. Both of them people are confused. I would like to get reports from our insurance company as to the loans, the possibility of Fannie Mae and the other people, and them making loans, or are those gone forever from NCB, or what? These are great topics, so I think we could talk about that maybe this afternoon and try to divide this up or make it, because it's going to be a very serious question for a lot of people.
Well, Mr. President, these are 2 different subjects, cannot be in one town hall at all.
No,
I mean,
2.
it's not different. Especially repair needs just by one, and I'm sure lots of people comes. So if you don't mind, and everybody agree, because I can show you email that how they are confused. And so we go with the guideline of repair. We are not suggesting anything, but we gave them guideline. This is the guideline that you have to follow for the repair first, for the next month, and then we'll see, hopefully pretty soon, this ad hoc can bring. At this moment, I'm not ready because we didn't do research enough to say anything. I'm not talking until research be done.
Let's do the repairs.
Repair, yes.
Repairs, what's
Guideline.
covered on the repairs
Yes.
for April.
Yes,
And May, we'll decide next month.
correct.
Okay. So that completes town halls. And the
President
next
Ross.
item on the agenda is, I know Richard Rader has had his hand up for about half
Yeah,
an hour.
if you don't mind, I'm going to read his statement. Is that okay with you?
Sure, go
Yes. Would you consider having committee assignments be discussed prior to the monthly board meetings, perhaps at agenda prep and then reviewed by staff? Thus, the committee assignments would be settled before being brought forth to this meeting. It would save a lot of time, and that's the end of his statement.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Sure.
Can you
Yeah.
pull it up in the chat or whatever,
Yeah, I'll pull this up right here so you can see.
so that you don't have to repeat it? Thank you.
But did we discuss anything?
I just got elected.
Yeah.
No.
So wherever possible, that would be a good idea and save time.
He just elected yesterday. What?
Yeah. I think it's a good
Okay.
idea, Dick. We should think about it.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, okay, so next item is item 13C.
No, 13B.
I mean, 13B is entertain a motion to deny reimbursement for requests from 707G. So this is Hannah.
Yeah, sure.
707G. Make your opening statement.
Giving me a
opening
chance.
Speech.
Last February 22nd, I presented the cases why I claimed for reimbursement, but I think you already knew what was happening, so I'm going to make it just clear request. I'd like to have a reimbursement whole money that I spent because of the main pipe was flooded, so my floor was damaged 4 times out of 5 years, from 17 and 22. The first time when it happened, I claimed for reimbursement, but Mr. Gomez denied because we had a alteration, but that time we already had all approvals and certificates from association and the city. That means we followed all rules and regulations when we did. And also the problem was caused because of a main pipe was clogged, not because of my part of a washer dryer pipe. So as every single time my plumber came, they cleaned up main pipe clog. This much big debris, leaves and branches, so forth. So it happened 17, 20, 21, and last year, 22, I hired a different plumber. He suggested to ask the association for reimbursement because he believed that association has responsibility. And when I did last year, finally, they came out to my manor, inspect, and they cleaned up. I could save my plumber fee. So my point is, they didn't cooperate to the manor owners' complaint in a timely manner. Every single time I requested, they denied it. But I don't know why they took an action at the last year. So I needed some consistent management strategy. And in the meantime, because of that, I spent almost $1,120, which includes replacing my surface, hallway surface. Originally, I put the hardwood floor because it recurs almost every year. I try to prevent any bubbling more, so I just replace the tile, not for just cosmetic or just interesting reason, because of the safety reasons, the complete safer one. So I would like to request the reimbursement. Thank you.
Okay, and I think we have some questions for you. Tony, would you like to start?
Yes, how do you pronounce your name, please?
Sunjun
Sinja?
Chang.
Sinja, John?
Yeah.
Do you live in the residence?
Currently, no, I'm not.
So you have a renter there?
Yeah, I did it.
All right, thank you.
But when it happened, I was a living resident.
Thank you. Okay, Mary?
So I'm on the maintenance committee. This was brought up in front of us, and we did a lot of questions about it. And one of the comments and questions was that when these floodings occurred, there was no there was no reporting of it to us so that we could go look at it and see what's going on. And a plumber was called, and a plumber came out and did some investigation and cleaned the pipe. And I think at one point we actually went out at one of the occurrences when we were talked to, and I think Mr. Gomez can address some of the background of it, that we did a cleaning of the piping at one point after the fact, and but when we're not notified that things are going on and that there's a renter in there, that's fine, but when we're not notified, we can't come back later and say, oh, well, we should reimburse you for that, because we have no recourse that we went out and investigated it ourselves to find out what the issue is or what's going on. So.
Yeah, only last year they came. At the beginning, 2017, when it happened, I request to Gomez. He denied it, and even he didn't take any action at all. 2017, 2021, for 3 times, never came out. They never came out. So only last year, 22nd.
Could we have Mr. Gomez who?
Pardon?
Could we have just Mr. Gomez to tell us the response, whether just his response?
Let's have a seat.
No, he's behind you.
Oh, okay.
Please have a seat, and he'll speak.
Yeah.
Thank you, President Ross, members of the board. Just for the record, and I can understand the confusion, but I wasn't here in 2017. The previous denials were from my predecessor, and actually his predecessor before him. This matter was presented to the M&C committee in December. The committee reviewed the item and denied the request, but unfortunately, due to a miscommunication, the shareholder was not able to attend that meeting, so we re-agendized it again in February. And at that meeting, the committee decided that the full board should hear this. The shareholder's correct. We don't have any record of all of the times that she called her own personal plumber. We were only able to locate 2 instances where, in our records, they called for a plumbing service, and both times we responded right away. Where I think the shareholder's getting perhaps a little confused and is seeking board review on this is because she did have an alteration to her washing machine, the stoppage, the plumbing stoppage resulted in overflow through the alteration pipe. Had that pipe not been there, it potentially would have overflowed in a toilet or a sink or something like that, in which case we would have taken care of it. But the mutual's policy is very clear. If you have an alteration and the damage to the mutual property occurs as a result of that alteration, then your policy does not allow us to reimburse the shareholder for the damage to their personal property. We go out, we take care of the mutual property, clear the pipe, we make any repairs to the mutual property, but your policy doesn't allow for reimbursement to personal property. We encourage shareholders to have their HO6 insurance carrier get involved to reimburse them or submit a claim for that. We haven't been able to determine if this shareholder has followed up on that, but our hands at staff level are tied by the mutual policy. But just as in an abundance of trying to demonstrate good customer service, and because there had been some confusion, I did offer to settle this for the initial $100 that she requested back when this started in 2017, some 5.5 years ago. She accepted the $100, and we assumed that then that was settled. But then she later came back and asked for additional reimbursement, and that's where, from a staff perspective, we felt this is something that the committee needs to be involved in. And so that's why we're here today. The history is all outlined in your staff report. I really don't have anything further outlined in that other than from a staff level, our hands are tied. But if the board wants to reimburse the shareholder for the repairs that she made to her personal floors we could fund that out of our operating fund, but that's not typically what you would do. And just keep in mind that you have probably thousands of these happening similar. So I would caution you against that preference.
I have a question, and this did come up at our M&C committee meeting. And my question was that each time her plumber or our plumber came out, they recognized that the root cause seemed to be the main line getting clogged. Right. And as a result, that caused the overflow into her unit and a damage to her unit. So I think that's why I suggest we come up with some kind of an accommodation. You have to look at the root cause. It wasn't, in this case, because of the alteration. It was because the clogging of the main line. Each time the plumber came out, he said the same thing. So that's what I think that we should try to accommodate her request somewhat differently. But Tony.
Thank you, Mr. President. This place is, this is a sore spot for me because it's being subleased out for what, $2,000 a month, and the United doesn't get any of that. So I understand your point and I accept that, but the fact is it's being sublet out and she's generating income off it. So I want to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Not material, but okay, Diane.
In this section, it does say that twice staff did get involved and came out because of a stopped-up sink and a clogged toilet, which I have those kind of things in my place, and they come out and they fix it, and everything's great. Now, I do have an alteration upstairs, and it was leaking downstairs in the shower, and we didn't know what it was. And, so they took out the ceiling and the walls and whatever, and then it turned out to be my tub, my alteration. And so I then had to take over and fix that issue, which was a broken soldered pipe. Who knows who caused that? I don't know. And then I put that through my HO6 policy, and they covered it. It was lucky that it was like a year later, but I presented it, and they had no problem. They said, wow, that was a really inexpensive fix. So we do, it's reasonable. What we charge is reasonable. And, it was my alteration. So we have to look at that. If that alteration wasn't in this unit and there wasn't a washer dryer, I do all my washing and drying in my building outside my home. But if that wasn't there, this wouldn't have happened. It would have been covered by the plumbers that come out and fix your sink and your toilet.
Go ahead.
So one of the indications in some of the drawings and discussions was also that the washer is downstream of the toilets and the sink, meaning that if there was a backup, it's going to hit the washer first in this setup. So there's a lot of water that comes through a washer when it drains out versus a toilet and a sink. So the alteration has an impact on what happened here. And I myself think that the $100, the initial $100 for the plumber coming out, it was offered to her. I have no problem with that. I have a problem with all the rest of it because, again, we have no records of some of these other occurrences being reported so that we could go take a look.
Right.
Yes, I haven't been in that committee, but I read this one very carefully last night, and I wanted to pay attention and get maybe response from you have been there. Page 1 out of 26. First of all, in paragraph 6 from background, if you go down, they said on September 20, 2020, a gesture of good faith just offered this 100. Since when that we are offering residents based on gesture of the good faith? I mean, we have to have a rule, otherwise giving or not giving. That's number one, my complaint about that sentence there. If you bear with me, I'll go to the page 3 out of 26. In the second paragraph, you can see from the top, the first start with last Friday, and second paragraph, since it happened from the wall, I requested to investigate the resident service department. Listen to this. The technician from the village examined and figured out it was caused by the washer. He left without doing any actions and asked to call the washer repair technician. So my question is, how this technician says is washer, which was not washer. Just by looking, some of these technicians are very good. Some of them came to my unit and advised me actually wrong, and I already reported that one. So this is not right that we send someone that by looking, saying something that is not right. So because I wasn't in that committee, but look at the next page, you can see the wall. In page 5 out of 26, you can see that from the roof, those leaves comes, and that's the main one, and then washer is right there. So you can see is from the pipe, page 526. I just read this one. We go to page 7 out of 26, which mutual, not reimbursement, and then they said it in this page. And if you just go, they didn't accept at that time. And go please to page 15 out of 26. Here, that was a technician that comes and just by look at here, the second paragraph. I'm reading. The plumber, Mr. Gill, diagnosed that it was related to the main line problem. As the main pipeline clogged, the water from the washer overflowed inside the floor. The water could not run to the sewage. So actually, an expert that knows what to do just say that it is not from the washer and actually is from the main line. So that is the copy. If you go to page 17 out of 16, 27, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 says, so we strongly believe the flood was caused by being stockpiled leaves and debris. So when you find the leaves and things, that means it comes from the main pipe. So it's not from the washer. So all of us has some alteration, but when the problem is from main pipes, it's different from washer. And we're going to the last page, and that's residence. Yes, then the last page that I can see the cost that is set $340, $900, $1,240 minus $100 check that's sent. I think sometimes it's necessary. We think, yes, we have to follow the rules. I agree. And yes, I am 100% what mutual should do and cover mutual. But at the same time, when resident has a right, we should not ignore, and if it is really damaged by us, damaged by the pipe. Pipe, this is very obviously by all of these 20 that I read it over and over, is caused by the main pipe that belong to mutual. And I wanted you to consider this one as well while you are discussing, that not put everything on residents just because the ward some remodeling did in the unit.
Yeah, I have a few comments. First of all, I appreciate you making a gesture of the $100. I think that's exactly what's a good thing to do. And I like to solve problems as easy as possible. Second of all, anytime you change the plumbing in a unit, you're going to run a risk of causing a change in the low point or where water is going to flow. And if we start allowing reimbursements when an alteration is made, we're going to see massive amounts of money being spent on reimbursements in United Mutual, and it will affect us overall. In addition, I think most insurance policies, you can only go back 3 years too, if I'm correct. It probably depends on the policy. So a 2017 item, it won't matter if there's an HO6 policy involved or not, probably at this point in time. And I think it's incumbent upon a resident to, if you have a problem with the plumbing and that, and you have a problem and you don't do something about it the first or the second time, it's going to reoccur time and time and time again, because our plumbing system, you're going to have clogs time and time and time again, which means the same problem's going to occur time and time and time again. And I don't believe United can take that upon themselves to be responsible for the alterations and the recurring problems. So unfortunately, I'm going to vote to deny the request and approve the denial.
Well, one thing I want to point out is that when you do have an issue, when you have to repair something else that you modified, an alteration like a floor or things like that, that is your responsibility. Mm-hmm. So upgrades have to be done by the owner, so now these other plumbing repair expenses, I think it's so long ago, and are you making an effort to rectify the situation? You could take if you have a rental, you take the machine out and you tell them to do the laundry outside. Thank you.
Thank you. The members' allegations are: we strongly believe the flood was caused by being stuck piled leaves and debris in the main drainer pipe. That was the owner's allegation. That was nobody else's assessment of the situation. Nobody else said that. That was the owner's. And on the very next page, 18 of 26, Ms. Chavarria explained that if your alteration drain pipe didn't exist, any stoppage from the main line would force water back down the line, and it would come in the first path, drain pipe in its path, which would usually be a shower bath or toilet. However, your alteration drain pipe is the first line that is available for the backwater to flow. So that's why the water overflowed out of the drain line for the washing machine. So we did everything we should do. We offered $100 for an unknown reason. I feel that this is the owner's responsibility. Without the alterations, it wouldn't have happened. Thank you.
At the M&C committee, the reason this was referred to our entire board is because the three of us on M&C had a different opinion. Mary said to reject based on an alteration. I think Allison expressed the opinion to pay her for her plumbing bills. And I had the idea, because the reasons for the continuing problem was because of the leaves getting stuck into main line, to split the difference and pay half of her bills. So we were three that didn't agree with each other. So that's why it came to our board. So I'm looking for some accommodation or maybe no accommodation. Whatever the board thinks is fine.
I have one more comment.
Yeah.
So, as was said, that these buildings are pretty old, and the plumbing's really old. My shower keeps backing up. I call VMS. VMS has a plumber come out. He roto-rooters it, or whatever you call it when it's not roto-rooter. And in a few more months, it does it again. They're very old buildings. And so there, and there's, I don't believe it's leaves and stuff. I just think it's old stuff in the pipe. I've had another pipe that went, and they finally had to replace the pipe, and there was no pipe on top. on any horizontal. They're very old buildings. We are patching, we are cleaning, we are doing what we need to do. When there's a problem, you call, they take care of it. And we now are sleeving them, because in our complex, we're getting that plumbing is, so as a company, as a corporation, we are addressing it. It's old. We're addressing it. When this stuff happens and it's being repaired or cleaned or whatever time after time, you either make the decision, like Diane said, don't use the washer, because if the pipe is that old and it's going to keep getting clogged, you've got an indication, don't use it until we make, as a company, a corporation, that we make repairs on the old pipes so that they are now acting as if they are newer pipes. So the indication was there to stop using the washer. And in reality, if the plumber put it in, who installed the washer, he should have put it so it was higher, that the drain wasn't the first. Because common sense tells you that that's going to be where it's going to back up to it and leak out. Where if it goes into a toilet or a sink, you have a holder to keep it for you.
Okay, Pearl, please.
I have a short comment. We run into this situation all the time in the membership. At least, a couple cases every month. And we follow our instructions. And if it happens in the alteration pipe, we deny it. We have not approved any reimbursement in this type of situations. So I personally feel that I don't want to start a new thing, because we'll be swamped in the membership hearing committee.
Okay. Tom?
I make the motion to deny reimbursement request from 707G.
Okay, it's been seconded. Any comments before we go to a vote?
Yes, I wanted just to add one thing, that this common idea of remodeling, there is no reimbursement, is just kind of getting hard. Every case, I agree with you, we have a lot, and I agree with you that is old. We know it's 60 years old, but every case is different. It's not, as you said, a little bit the pipe be upper or lower is the different case. So we cannot just judge one thing, one rule for all of them, don't open things. Everything has a different case. And I really want to see, at least, I agree with what Diane says, if it comes to the floor, we're not paying, because we're not paying to anybody else, we're not paying to this one too. But the plumbing, I wish we can compromise for the plumbing only, for that one, because the floor, I am with what Diane said. We're not, because we are not giving to anybody, we shouldn't make any exception for the floor. But plumbing, it's very obviously it was the pipe.
Okay, Diane.
One comment. I had, like Mary mentioned, I had a whole pipe going from the upper floor down to the lower floor that was totally split open. It was causing the running water only because I didn't use the upstairs sink. When my son was visiting and he used, I heard it sloshing through the wall. Now, when they took that wall out and repaired it and roped off that area down there to dry it out and do all that stuff, I was responsible for the molding that I put up, the floor molding, and it was my alteration. I could have a little thin one put up by them, but I had to pay extra for that. They did do some damage on my floor, but I'm just going to eat it. But the thing is, we have some alterations we do, and that we can't reimburse people for those.
No.
And in the case with my upstairs bathroom, I had to hire my own plumber. So you can't get reimbursed for those kind of things.
Yes, I agree. Exactly. I said for the floor, we are not paying for the floor.
Right, I understand
because
that.
I said, but plumbing, for yours, your pipe was alteration. That comes from the top. That's different. This one is our pipe. Look at the
No,
page.
this was
that
our
one. This
pipe.
is
This was our pipe, the
Oh,
first
okay,
opening.
this pipe.
The
So
whole-
the plumbing is, I think, is fair, but is, of course, is whatever board says. I'm not against the board, but I am saying we should see case by case. And every case in here, every model is different, every case is different, everything in here is different. There is not
Well,
one
this-
thing for
This
all.
is really to inform people, you know, you alter,
So-
you put an alteration in, and then you're taking responsibility.
Okay, rather
So-
than debating, let's go Pearl next, please.
Can we end the discussion and vote?
Yeah,
Okay,
good idea.
so remind us of the proposal, Tom.
I made a motion that we deny reimbursement request for 707G, and I think we had a second someplace. I seconded it. Oh, Mary.
And I want to make amendment. I know I don't get it, but I want to try to just cover the plumbing as a second, yes, for the amendment to that for the plumbing.
There would be an amendment or a second
Yes.
proposal?
It's amendment.
Can we vote?
Yes, it's
on-
amendment. It's different.
What is the amendment, please?
Is amendment is we only cover not the floor, but only the plumbing.
Or plumbing
Which
expenses.
is 340. Is it? Yes, it's
we
just,
vote on-
I'm amending that.
It's,
Is there a second?
No.
okay, I'll second her amendment.
Okay.
What, to what?
To only for,
Repair for plumbing expenses.
this is for amendment, only for plumbing, not floor, not $1,048 that she asked, only for plumbing.
And that was, actually,
That's-
that was Allison's proposal at our MNC meeting.
So we vote on the amendment
So
first.
we vote
Yes.
on the amendment.
Yes,
Is there
can
any
you put it
discussion
again?
on the amendment before we vote on it?
Just a question, the $100 that Mrs. Zhang was paid earlier, that would be deducted?
Yes,
So
deducted.
that our, perhaps our offer or our figure today would be $240?
We are talking about 240.
Right.
I have a question.
Yes.
Did she accept the $100 and cashed it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, can we go to the vote for the amendment? Yes, and this is for only
140,
240.
140.
240, it was, she's
240.
asking for 340, she got one.
No, I know, but it says in here 11.
All right,
Yes.
we're voting,
Please go
please.
Well, when we are touching, it's not going.
Before we vote, just to clarify it, what's the total amount of her plumbing expenses that we're talking about?
340, and then $100 already she received, so we're talking about 240.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment to repay her $240 towards her expenses, please vote yes or no.
It-
It's the, what? Is it not working?
It's, there it goes, okay. No, it's not.
Not working.
Should we just do a hand count?
So we are dealing with some technical issues, so it may be best to raise your hands to vote.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
those in favor of the amended motion to give her $240,
No, it's just a try.
raise your hand.
Okay. It's
Okay.
just fair.
2, 3. Okay. And all those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. Okay. So now we go to the original motion. Is that right? Okay, the original motion is to deny coverage. Is that right? Based on this being an add-on alteration. Okay, all those in favor of that, raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. Did you get that?
Did you get?
Okay. Okay, so the original
Yes.
motion
President,
is
Sue
approved.
has.
President Ross,
Yes.
the reason that I voted no is that the lack of notification to the staff. And also that these were like in 2017, and Chase didn't have any document for it. It was something from a ledger. And I just am concerned about starting a precedent, and particularly since she did not continue to contact the board. Otherwise, I think I could have gone for the amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, I could
Point
see
of
how.
information, can we have the vote, please? What was
Yeah,
the
so
vote?
the vote was, what was the vote?
9-2.
For the original motion, it was 9-2 with Directors Asghari and President Ross, who were opposed.
Okay. So the motion passes.
Yes.
The original motion passes.
We deny.
So I could see how this could be a very good issue for Town Hall coming up next month.
Yes.
Because this is going to be a
Yes,
very,
yes,
very
yes.
interesting Town Hall.
Yes.
And very useful. Thank you. Thank you all for attending this part of it. Okay. I'm sorry?
May I
Yeah,
have
please.
one comment?
Yeah.
I really honor your opinion and decision. But one more thing that I want to tell you, management, consistency management skill, which means my plumber said at least once a year or twice a year, the main pipe should be cleaned every year, every month, after fall or something. But association did it, so it was piled up. That's why I brought this matter continually. Not because of our remodeling pipe. Whenever plumber came out, clean it, the water run really, really efficiently, which means my remodeled pipe didn't have any problem, only just a main pipe. If my part has a problem, even after plumber cleaned it out, the water won't go outside, doesn't rot. The second of all, Ms. Simon pointed out plumbers' incorrect installation at the beginning. At the beginning, they had approval from the association. Yeah, they brought every, blueprint, everything, and association approved it. If you believe that it was installed lowerly, at that time, association should be correct, or it should be made up. But at the end, when it happened, accuse the plumber. I don't think it is a correct comment. It should be done before they take an action, when they brought the blueprint. So, two things that I want to tell you. And again, thank you so much for your time and idea. I really learned so much things about association meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maggie?
I request a quick break.
Yes.
A quick break?
Yeah.
Okay. Recess for 5-10 minutes?
Okay, thank you.
I need it. Run to the restroom.
13C360. Should we have Mary read that, please? 13C, that resolution.
Resolution 01-23-XX, United 2023 Investment Policy. Whereas on February 28, 2023, the United Finance Committee approved the United 2023 Investment Policy with a purpose to provide guidelines and limitations for the responsible management of cash available for investment, which applies to all financial assets of United, including all cash in investment accounts, both discretionary and non-discretionary. And whereas that all investments on behalf of this corporation must be made with the underlying principles in the following order of priority. 1, safety. 2, liquidity, where applicable. And 3, yield. And whereas it is the policy of United to invest members' monies in a manner which will provide the maximum security of principal while meeting the cash flow needs of United. In addition, these investments must conform to all state of California statutes governing the investment of common interest developments monies. Every effort must be made to match maturities to known cash flow needs. Now therefore be it resolved, April 11th, 2023, that Board of Directors of this corporation, no, that's wrong. That's the wrong date. You can't have April 11th. It's the future.
Oh, that's the next month, after 28 days. After 28 days, because the second one, because right now
this
we
is just
voted.
okay, got it. Okay. Now therefore, thank you. Be it resolved, April 11th, 2023, that Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the United 2023 investment policy as attached. And resolve further the resolution 01-19-87 adopted on November 12th, 2019 is superseded and canceled. Resolution resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. So this is March initial notification.
Okay. So, Maggie?
I have a question.
Okay.
Where is the investment policy?
In the second page, you have to go back to the page 5 out of 16. That's, I don't blame you because we never had it, and this is the perfect one, we made it.
I thought we had
So,
an old
first-
one was deemed unacceptable.
No. First, I would like to make a motion
Okay.
before we go there, because we have to make a motion.
That's
I
right.
would like to make a motion to accept this policy as staff recommended. And if I get a second?
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay. And then discuss, and I'll talk after that. Before we go to, okay, do you want discussion or I explain?
So do you want to explain the background and then
Yes.
we'll go to questions?
Yes, I would like to get that member of ad hoc committee investment had spent many hours, weeks after weeks, to create such a complete investment policy for United, which follow civil code by safety first and yield be at the end, and hope for future ever United follow that one. I hope this policy can protect the principle of the reserve for years to come. In the ad hoc committee, we had very well-educated people in this one, and we expended, Steve is here, and the only one that I can see, and Allison, that how every paragraph over and over we read it to make sure correct. And if in future none of us be here, somebody read this one, we never ever hopefully goes to the hole that we have been in 2019. With that said, I will just pass to any question that they have.
Okay, Diane.
Yeah, I have a problem with this investment policy, mainly because this investment advisor was modified more recently, that it's still saying that an individual or company employed as fiduciary by United to provide financial guidance. So is that saying you still want an employee of VMS to manage our investment?
No.
So what are you saying?
So did you read this one?
I'm
first
reading
of all?
it, I'm reading
So
it.
it's okay.
Or, it says, or a fee-based investment manager. But
No.
you're still saying that you want
Advisor.
an advisor from
Advisor,
VMS?
professional, and we have the very, very good, solid, who can be advisor. And that's a number objective. No, delegation of authority. Go to page 7 out of 16. And that's delegation of authority. And that says that all of them to the next page, that who can be. So it's not just a staff member. We don't want a staff member to advise us or do anything. No.
Right, I don't think that we're going to get the best deal, or, for the
Who cannot
Treasury.
get the best deal?
Our internal staff.
Who said
they're-
they are?
I'm just saying that we don't want a staff member
No.
making our investments.
No, we're not.
But we are not
And-
gonna
and-
have
and
a
the
staff.
the investment ad hoc, I could explain to you, Diane, one of the purposes is to interview outside financial advisors
Yes.
with a great deal of experience in doing that. And they haven't gotten to that step yet. So in the interim, until they decide on a financial advisor, they're
A
going to
good
have
one.
staff make the investments until that decision is made. But they're going to interview 3 or 4 very good candidates at their investment ad hoc committee and decide on one. And that will be proposed to the board as well.
But I don't think it should be an individual, it should be a company.
It is a company.
It is
They are
company.
companies.
It is, there is no individual. Please read this one. I said, please read it. It's not individual.
I'm reading it.
Okay,
It's
let's
just,
not
murky.
debate. Mary, would you like to talk to?
So at one point, I had my license for financial advisor. I want to make sure that in here, it says not just qualified, but that it says licensed financial
Absolutely.
advisor.
Fiduciary, licensed, all of these.
Well, I
is
wanted to
insisted.
say that.
It's here.
No, it says qualified financial
Point of
advisor.
order, there shouldn't be any cross-talking, please.
Right.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that it says licensed.
thank you.
Thank you.
Where
Because
would you
people
like
say
that?
it, but
Where
it's
would you
really.
like that added?
Page
No,
8.
no adding. It's there.
Where?
License for the delegate.
It says the board will interview and select the qualified financial advisor through use of an
Management decision
interview
of the
process.
activities, non-discretionary
I'd like it to
success.
say licensed.
Hold on. To manage discretionary shall act as an active fiduciary duty broker and service manager. Okay.
Point of information, could we
Yes,
get
yes, go
Could
ahead.
we get the reference page and paragraph that you're referring
7
to?
out of 16.
7 out of 16.
And which line, which paragraph, which part?
Because all of them, they said that in the last paragraph says that the board will interview the select a qualified financial advisor through the use of interview process, a minimum of those. So if they are coming to you and you ask and they said they are not licensed, then don't vote it to that. Okay?
It does not specifically say the
We
word license.
we did have this discussion at length in the ad hoc committee, and the word qualified, that would be one of the qualifications for anyone to come before us, would be to have all the licenses that are needed.
Yes.
And the proper designation.
If you see the last paragraph in the page 8 out of 16, in the first part, first paragraph and second paragraph, see started, the board will interview and select a qualified financial advisor through the use of this interview process. So if you decided and you asked, do you have license? If they said, no, I don't have license, then don't vote it.
They're not qualified.
Not qualified, okay?
It's a simple thing to add. Just licensed and qualified.
Okay. Any other discussion before we go to the vote? Okay.
Yes.
Maggie.
Okay, I'm looking at the the page 12 of 16, the original policy.
12 of 16?
It is, as far as I can tell, 2 pages long. Okay. This new one is many pages long, 6 pages long?
Yes.
I am worried about us being so specific that every other year, when we change ideas, we are going to have to redo this policy. Is this policy too limiting?
No, it's not
to
limiting,
allow
it's just
future-
adding, let me explain.
I'm
Just-
sorry, Lenny.
Yeah.
Is this policy too specific to enable future boards, maybe even us next year, to make investment changes?
No, it was actually reviewed by our legal too, and it was approved by legal. But it was also approved by the ad hoc committee after they went through this over and over again.
All right.
And they did it word by word. And
And-
I was at the meetings, and they did a very good, thorough job reviewing this policy.
Thank you.
respond to that,
I'm pleased that legal approved it. The next time I want to see it, I would like to see it typed up shorter like this one is, which makes it, see, we're using the double spacing and no big spacing, so that every resolution that we have is usually 1 or 2 pages long, not 6. And I think this is just a matter of placing it on the page and typing. But I'm pleased to hear that legal approved it. Thank you very much.
Tom?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Steve on this to see what his opinion is of the policy and if he's in support or not of it, the way it reads.
Thank you. I am in support of the way it reads. With regards to the intent, it originally came up, first draft was written by a consultant that drafted it, but then again, it was almost rewritten in its entirety by the ad hoc committee, again, after week and week of preparation. So with regards to Director Blackwell's comment, the resolution was drafted differently this year because of the length of the policy. Consistent with, say, your lien and collection policy, you have a small resolution that says you are adopting the 2022 policy. So likewise, this policy could be reviewed annually or every other year. In fact, we are encouraging you to review it annually to make certain it still applies. So I'm happy to make whatever changes, we are happy to make whatever changes that are necessary by the board. But drafting it in the format of a resolution may be a little challenging because of the length, but we will take your direction. But with regards to the qualification, it is an easy change to add license, but again, the intent was a qualified advisor, so would cover it, but again, easily changed at the preference of the board.
I had a question for Steve. So could you just explain to me what's going to happen once this policy is in and the treasuries have already been purchased? What is it going to show on the financials in the future? Is it going to be discretionary investments, non-discretionary investments?
Non-discretionary. So the difference between the two, so within the definitions on page 5 of 6, it describes the difference between the two. Discretionary is when you have a financial advisor and they act on your behalf making investments without your specific direction. They need to follow within the policy. Whereas a non-discretionary investment, they take direction from the board. So back in November, when you chose to sell your old portfolio and invest in treasury bills, so you directed the portfolio, again, to be sold and put directly in that. And as those maturities mature, they're being reinvested. But the resolution that was done in November didn't give any direction in terms of how the proceeds should be reinvested. So when they do mature, they just by default go into cash. So later on in a separate resolution, a separate agenda item, there is additional direction to handle those proceeds on a go-forward basis. Did that answer the question?
Is that true once we have an advisor who's going to be making these decisions for us?
Thank you.
Is it still going to be non-discretionary?
You would have to vote once again. So right now you voted to put it into treasury bills. If an advisor takes over, you would once again vote because it's non-discretionary. You would have to take a vote to say we want to defer to your judgment if that's the direction of the board.
Well, isn't that what we want to do? We want to get an advisor.
The board has not given that direction as of yet. There's a policy in place to
Yeah.
allow for that.
Okay.
So, but the board has not enacted any kind of a direction to, once you bring in a professional advisor, again, that's the direction of the board, then you can tell them, we want you to invest based upon the policy.
Okay, and then you're going to reclassify the investments into that category.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we have to keep that in mind, that we need to get that motion, once you hire a firm? Okay.
That'll be brought to the board when the ad hoc committee selects one of the proposed alternatives, one of the proposed advisors. And then at that time, the motion would be made to select that advisor and select that discretionary investments are to be handled or managed by that advisor.
Okay.
Two-part.
How does that affect our audit? Our audit that's in process, our audited financials?
It does not. So your finances are always accounted for correctly. Whether you choose an advisor or continue down the correct approach makes no difference with regards to the audit.
How they classify it as discretionary or non-discretionary?
Correct. So that's for your managerial financial statements. Within your audited financial statements, it's either restricted or unrestricted.
Restricted or unrestricted, okay. Mm-hmm.
On page, thank you, President. On page 13C, you're talking about item C, only no more than 3% of the portfolio is to be invested in any one corporate bond. And then on page 12, you're talking about up to 30% of the portfolio may be invested in corporate bonds. So you could have as many as 10 different corporate bonds?
This
Why do
is
you want to-
what you are referring is old one.
Why do you want to dilute it so much?
I'm responding. Quiet. What you are saying, you said page 12 and 13, correct?
Yes.
Am I understanding? Okay. This page 12 and 13 is old one.
Right.
You're talking about the old one.
These are old.
Right.
This is what we wanted to replace that. That was one of the reasons.
Right.
Oh, I see, okay.
President Ross, we do have a member comment when you're ready. John Beckett.
I want to thank you for the improvement. When I compare the old policy with the new one, it's like night and day. I think the difference is that this board understands that you got to have insurance to cover the loss of principal. That's what the law allows, and that's all it allows. But I have a question about on page 8 of 16, where you list the authorized investments. B, money market and money market mutual funds. Insured bank, money market, and U.S. government security, as well as U.S. Treasury security money market mutual funds are accepted for use up to their insured limit. As I understand, I'm not a professional. I know we have some professionals here. It's the bonds themselves are not insured. I mean, the mutual funds themselves are not insured. It's only the underlying securities that are insured. Is that correct?
The insured bank money market, yes, is insured. Of course, it says
A mutual
insured
fund. A mutual fund is insured.
But we already says that we cannot use any fund.
Well, it's saying
We already
here
said
that you can invest in a money market
yes, but
mutual fund.
we specifically mentioned that one, and then they cannot use. I mean, in future.
No, you're
Do
saying
you want
AB.
to talk to that?
The bond fund.
Want to answer that question?
Authorized investments and limitations.
Sure. So the banks do authorize, theirs was SPIC insurance, goes up to $500,000. So your portfolio is what, $13.5 million? So if money were to be managed by the portfolio manager and they had cash proceeds, they would need to put it somewhere, right? So they're not going to revert it back to your account, so they need to put it somewhere. So this is giving a holding place for those funds. And again, it says specifically in that item number B, insured bank money market accounts, blah, 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 are acceptable for the use up to their insured limit. So there's a restriction for the dollar amount that can be held. Not your entire portfolio balance can be held. It's just for an interim basis at the discretion of the advisor. Again, if that's the direction of the board.
Is there any time limit on that?
Let's raise your hand and you'll be recognized.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Maggie, go ahead.
Thank you. Is there any time limit on that?
Not in the current policy.
Okay.
So, but it's not uncommon, if I can expand on that, to have money that's left over and they're trying to find, from an advisor perspective, they're trying to locate the best bang for your buck from an investment perspective. So the money will be sitting in an investment account and then they'll invest when they find something accordingly.
Okay.
So, but that would be up to the board and your finance team to look at it on a regular basis. And if you have cash sitting in this money market account for an extended period of time, you would ask your advisor, why isn't it invested? They would likely have a good answer, but gives them some flexibility.
Thank you.
So typically, because you're doing $2 million increments, right? I mean, right now, you're doing $2 million for different ladders. So you could have $2 million sitting in this money market until you find something, or?
It says
or
up
what?
into the insured limits. So whatever the insured limit is, if it's with the bank, it's $250, and then with the SBIC, it's $500,000.
Okay, and you can't split it up with different institutions, or?
You could, again, but it'd be up to the discretion of, so your money is currently sitting with B of A in treasury bills, right? So, but as soon as the money is, matures, it goes into cash and then immediately invested by, as administrator of your account, we are reinvesting it immediately. So, but if you were to, again, if you were to use a third-party advisor, they would hold the money in that private mutual account, the money market account.
Okay.
Temporarily.
And you also mentioned insured certificates of deposit. So if you've got, now I know I've seen this on Seal Beach, they have tons of CDs, that are in different institutions, So is that something that you're maybe planning on doing, these certificates of deposit? It's the number C on your authorized investments.
If you'd like me to address that?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
So CDs are an available option. Currently, Treasury bills are paying more than CDs, but that may change in the future. So one way to accommodate companies, there's a $250,000 limitation with regards to a CD. So you have multiple options. Either you go to 50 to 100 different banks to split up the money, or you participate in a program referred to as CDARS, which is mentioned here. Certificate of Deposit Account Registry Service. Ultimately, what that means is you give the money to one bank, and they take the burden and they distribute it amongst multiple banks. So, and on your bank statement, you will see a list of all the banks that are participating.
Okay.
Yes, and that is just to say that is our advantage. Probably you have heard about Silicon Valley banks. So if something happened, you don't need to put all in one bank because government can insure just limited amount for each bank. So it's advantage if we give it to them. And I mean, if we want to start, we are not right now in that direction, but is just goes to the different banks. So just in case something happened, the limitation is not just off. Is a very good idea. But we are not in that one. But I am saying it's a good one to be here. That's what I am saying.
Okay. Yeah, please.
One more comment. Okay, so money market's basically liquid. So is there any restriction on this money market? Not a restriction, but a caveat that says only hold it, there's a maximum amount of time you can keep it in there, that you got to invest it in something else? Is there any reason to do that?
There's not currently a restriction, and I would probably, if you're going to have a qualified financial advisor to be recommending what you want to do, you probably wouldn't want to tie their hands because they may end up being forced based upon the policy to purchase an investment because they can't hold out for another week when the new investment might be available. So again, the limitation is up to the insured limits. So you're talking about, again, $500,000 is a lot of money, But with regards to your policy, it's a smaller percentage.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay. John, did you have some more
Yeah, I
comments?
just wanted to suggest that maybe you should change the phrase money market mutual fund to money market account. That's what it is. Because then it's obvious to anybody who reads this that you're not giving them authority to go out and buy mutual funds. Thank you.
Well, they're talking about page 6, 8 out of 16. I think it is the best to stay in that way, because when we get the advisor, if they want it, but this is we are doing just for this temporary part that Steve is here, and pretty soon we are in the process. We find that all goes in the hand of the advisor. However, the good things here, again, we mentioned advisor should come to the board. We are not going to be here forever, so they should come to the board and get permission, explain to the board and give permission what they have to do. Of course, they suggested, like staff suggested, but you make decision. And they are suggesting, and we put this one that should be approved by the board.
Okay, let's go to the vote. All those in favor of item 13C, motion to adopt the United Investment Policy 2023, please raise your hand. Okay. All those opposed? Okay. So one opposed, one abstain. Okay. The motion is approved.
Mr. President, because some residents I know is watching and is passed, I want one more time thank the committees that spend amazingly time. Mr. Ken Benson, Mr. Mike Dialogue, and Robert Cunningham, and Ms. Alison Bach. I really deeply appreciate all of the hard works that they put behind this. Thank you.
Thank you.
This puts it over for 28 days,
Yes.
correct? Thank you.
No, I
We
think
definitely,
is that
President
right?
Ross mentioned, yes, it
Oh,
goes to
that's right,
28.
28 days.
It goes
Yes.
through the,
Right.
our attorney, and then the response backs, actually, he mentioned one word, well done. And that was the word of the, our legal counsel
Right.
to see this one.
But I mean, I'm looking at the bottom of the page.
You're right. It goes through 28 days.
Right, thank you.
You're right. Okay, next item is 13D, entertain a motion to approve treasury bill investments. So that's again is our 13D. That's not a motion, is it?
Yeah, it's a resolution.
It is
It's a
there is a pink that I am waiting until
13D.
Mary read it,
So-
and then I start talking.
Or Mary, why don't you read it?
Okay, Resolution 01-23-XX, Treasury Bill Investments. Whereas in November 2022, the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board authorized the sale of its discretionary investment funds totaling $14 million and directed staff to purchase $14,507,000 of federally backed treasuries with maturities between 3 and 21 months. And whereas on February 23, 2023, the first $2 million treasury matured, and the United Board directed staff to reinvest into additional treasuries. The $2 million maturity date is March 21st, 2023, and the next $2.5 million matures on May 18th, 2023. And whereas on February 28th, 2023, the Finance Committee recommended to the Board to reinvest maturing Treasury proceeds into a 21-month maturity Treasury and continue reinvesting future maturities in 21-month maturing Treasuries until otherwise directed by the Board. Now therefore be it resolved, March 14th, 2023, the United Laguna Woods Mutual Board approved the Finance Committee recommendation to reinvest maturing Treasuries into treasuries with a maturity of 21 months, month ladder, as proposed, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
I'll make a motion to pass this resolution.
Okay. Is it seconded by Allison? Okay, any discussion?
Can I a little bit explain what is this?
Yeah,
And
do you
then
wanna
you say-
explain
Let
the
me
background
explain.
first? Okay.
As you know that, all of you know that is after we sold, $14 million goes $2 million every 3 months for 21, for 7. And then we are in the process to find an advisor. But somehow, some of this, as you can see, one is coming, 2 million in March 21st, and another in May 18, is coming for the maturity. So until we don't know, advisor may take time and comes to the approve for the board. By next time, we might not be able to get it. We wanted that Steve, just when these mature, goes back to the back of the line 21 month. So if it's mature in March 21, it goes back to maturity of 21 months at the end of the line. This is what's happened that we want to give, and it is not something that he is buying from a place, it's going to Bank of America, what is the discounted, and then it's not from small places to buy. Of course, another thing that I want to mention is Steve handling this one, 19 million, exactly the same for the third. So it's not something that is, he's very amateur and doesn't know how to do it. He's doing very well for buying this treasury bill for us from Bank of America. Thank you.
Anthony, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like somebody that knows, explain to me what's going to happen if Congress goes through and lets us default. And the largest holder of American treasuries is Xi Jinping from China. And until I get an acceptable answer, because if Xi Jinping or anybody else goes to the government and says, I want my money back, how is how safe are our securities going to be? There's nobody to insure the United States. We're living on credit. So until I get an explanation, and these people in Congress seem like they're determined to do this. Thank you.
Okay, Steve, do you want to address that? It's
Right.
a big issue.
Sure. So we asked a very similar question to B of A when they were attending one of your previous meetings in terms of the safety of your assets. So, and their recommendation was federally insured treasuries is by far the safest investment. Even above sitting in a bank with CDs. So we asked a specific question. If you were to take a CD and split up it to various banks and have it FDIC insured, which is safer, FDIC insured or treasury? And the response from B of A was, albeit a small difference, the federally insured treasuries were more secure. Their further response was, no matter where you put the money, if the U.S. defaulted on their investments or defaulted on the bonds, the whole country, the entire world would be in a world of hurt. So,
Yes, nowhere is safe.
and this is the safest place to have the money.
Thank you.
That's what I'm afraid of.
That's right, exactly.
The other day. Okay, so my question is,
We could lose.
what interest are we getting? Why 21 months? You're going from the 3 months all the way to all of a sudden 21 months. What's the interest? Interest keeps going up. Are we losing money by going that far out and not keeping it shorter, like just keep going into 3 months because the interest rate is going up? The second part of that is we're looking at a manager, and now we're going to lock it all up in 21-month T-bills. What's the manager going to do?
Okay. Do you want to address that,
Sure.
or Czar, or either one? Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you. So the 21, it's not necessarily all your money is tied up in a 21-month security. It's laddered, meaning you always have money maturing every 3 months. So, and based upon if this next resolution is approved, every time a tranche would be maturing, you would reinvest it in the ladder, in the 21 months. So you always have money. So you're relatively liquid. This was not something that staff recommended. We support it, but this was recommended to you by your financial advisors. So you had 3 that came in, and they all recommended the same thing, that laddering your treasuries was the best and the safest alternative or best case scenario for the money. If I may, to answer the second question, though, is if you do hand this over to an advisor, they're going to do the same thing. As opposed to staff administering the account, they would do that on your behalf. and they would also make recommendations. We, as staff, are following the direction of the board. So you telling us 3 to 21 months, that's what we're going to invest in. If you hand the money over to an advisor, they may say that, hey, 6 months treasuries is the way to go, and they'll invest it all in 6 months. Or they're going to go out 5 years. It's whatever they deem is appropriate based upon your policy.
I would like to have seen the ladder of how much we have and when they're going to, the dollar amount and when they're going to mature.
Sure, when they're going to mature.
Yeah, I was going to say expire, but no, mature. Because really, without that in front of us, we're saying, oh, just do this, and I have no idea what the ladder looks like right now, and you may have given it to us before, but I don't have it in front of me.
It's in your financial statements every single month.
It is in financial.
So I can share it with you this afternoon, or you can go online.
Yes.
It's available there. But in essence, it's approximately $2 million for each section of the 2.5 was, I had an odd amount to begin the investment, but each ladder is $2 million with, I think, that one exception.
And you went 30, 60, 90 days?
So 90,
Just
20,
3 months,
every
3
3 months.
120,
Correct.
but all the way out to 21 months?
Correct.
And then you're starting, this one goes out to the 21 month, but we're still seeing, okay.
Correct.
But I'd like to see what those interest rates were. And
It's 4% currently,
4%.
approximately.
And
because
can
I've
I,
been watching T-bills, the T-bill that's quoted, I went to the bank, and the bank is almost 1% higher in the T-bill of what you can get based on what's quoted in the paper or whatever. And right now it's around 5. So that's why I'm curious to see what those look like right now. Okay, thanks.
Diane.
Yeah, so my question is, so in February, you had one that was...
Microphone, please. Thank you.
Did you have one that was due, that matured in February?
Correct.
So explain the process of what you went through to get a new one. How did that work for you at your desk? You know?
Correct. So I received direction from the board to take that maturity and reinvest it. So through my desk, I have access to Bank of America. Myself and select members of my team have access to the bank. So Cash Pro is the name of the function. So within that, one of the options that we have, and again, while several of us have access to Cash Pro to manage our daily business, only a few of us have access to touch your investments. So that being your controller as well as your assistant financial director. So from there, I have a list of all the T-bills that are available. So it tells me when it's going to mature, what the current rates are, and then based upon the direction of the board, I see it's going to mature on, say, the 1st. I'm going to go ahead and find 21 months down the road what that date would be. I'm not necessarily paying attention to the rate. So the direction of the board is invested in a 21-month mature T-bill, and that's what I will do. So, and then it's all the information is provided in the monthly financial statements. So we give you a bank statement that has specifically all your T-bills.
Okay. Well, let's go back to that program you have, because I know when I was approving checks and approving transfers, it was a very strange screen that Pam showed me. You know, how do you know that you aren't being hacked? How can you absolutely be sure that the screen you're looking at is actually the Bank of America? You know, to find the bank account and things like that, it just looked scary to me. So you feel very confident?
It's a good question. So yes, so I have my unique login for Bank of America. So within that access, again, I have special access. There's 3 of us that have unique access. In addition to that, there is a app. It's a 2-factor authentication. So I have to log in via my phone, and it gives me a special code. So beyond my unique login, to move into your investments, it requires additional access. So a few years ago, they had a fob. So every, say, 90 seconds, the number changes on it. So that's since been replaced with an app on your phone that does the same thing. I enter in some additional information. It gives me the unique number that, again, changes every few seconds. And then that gives me access to your information. And then once again, the screen comes up with all the available T-bills for that day, and I will invest accordingly.
Okay,
call
thank
for
you.
the vote at this point because we can discuss this all afternoon. So item 13D, entertain a motion to approve treasury bill investments. All those in favor of that resolution, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Okay. Okay, the motion is approved.
Instant or 28 days?
Let's see.
No, this is instant. It's
It's
investment. It's
Thank
not for residents to be
Right, right.
reviewed.
Last item is 13E. Entertain a motion to approve temporary borrowing policy, 13E. Can you read that motion, please?
Yeah.
Resolution 01-23-XX, temporary borrowing. Whereas pursuant to Civil Code Section 5515, the Board of Directors may authorize the temporary transfer of monies from a reserve fund to an association's general operating fund to meet short-term cash flow requirements or other expenses. If the Board of Directors has provided notice of the intent to consider the transfer of a board meeting note to consider the transfer in a board meeting notice provided pursuant to Section 4920, and whereas the notice required pursuant to Section 4920 has been provided in the agenda for this Board of Directors meeting, and whereas it has become necessary to temporarily transfer monies from the reserve fund to the operating fund due to timing differences in when property tax assessments are collected and the corresponding amounts are required to be paid, and whereas the amount of funds needed to be transferred from the operating reserve fund to the reserve operating fund has been determined to be $2,200,000, and the repayment of such funds from the operating fund to the reserve fund is anticipated to be more than provided by future property tax assessment collections and positive cash flow results from operations. And whereas it is planned and anticipated that sufficient cash flow will be generated in the reserve operating fund to repay the $2,200,000 to the reserve fund in 2 months after tax payment is made. Therefore, a special assessment will not be needed. Now, therefore, be it resolved March 14th, 2023, that the transfer of $2,200,000 as a temporary transfer from the reserve fund to the operating fund for the reasons stated herein, and with the plan to repay the funds in 2 months.
No, there is no 2 months.
Yeah, you have a 1 in there. You have a 1, 2
I know.
months. The 1 should be gone.
The one should be, yeah, it's typo probably.
And with the plan to repay the funds in 2 months, but no later than 1 year from this date is hereby authorized. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
Okay.
I move this resolution with the exception that the 1 year was supposed to say 3 months.
No.
And that's a
Yes.
correction to what was proposed at the Finance Committee meeting.
Yes, and if you see in the page 1, that comes the resolution from the finance was 3 months.
Perfect. Okay. So what we had heard was 2 months. So
No, 2 months, but not later than 3 months.
correct.
Correct.
Oh, not the 1 year.
Yes.
So you recommend to strike that last sentence, but no later than 1 year.
No,
No
it should
later
read-
than 3 months.
It should read, and with the plan to repay the funds in 2 months, but no later than 3 months from this date is
Okay.
hereby authorized.
From the date, yes.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And so I make that motion.
I second it.
With the amendment of adding the 3 months.
The
It's a
corrected.
correction.
Okay, correction. Okay, any discussion, or do you want to give us the background, or?
This,
The background of this, as usual, you know that we are paying taxes in April and in December. For December, we don't have any problem because we have the total 6 months. However, tax collected from January, February, March, April, and we get April, 4 million, but we have to pay, of course, 4.4, but let's say 4, but we are going to pay 6 million. So 2 million, we're down. 2.2. Every month is 1 point. So what's happened, Because this 1.1 million, directly we get it from residents every month. So if we pay it in April, I mean, if they board agree and they borrowed, next month and the next month, both 1.1, 1.1 is going to back to this. And then the rest of the 6 months, they're collected, be ready for December to pay that one. The good news is, no matter what's happened for this, we collected $12 million and we paid $12 million. Nothing is staying VMS or us. We collected from residents. We directly pay for the tax. It's just the timing.
This is our customary procedure, isn't it? Thank you.
It's the same procedure. Diane?
One of the things that was brought up at that meeting was one of the things that was brought up at that meeting is that there is, the residents are billed for special assessment, and sometimes they don't actually know the exact amount, right? And so when you get it, do you bill them again?
So we ultimately pay when the bill comes due from the county, but we don't bill residents for supplemental property taxes until the following year.
The following year, okay.
Correct, because it's included as part of your assessments. So if we were to get a bill today, we would pay probably within 30 days, but that resident wouldn't receive a bill for that until January of the new year.
So we're actually prepaying it
Correct.
and getting reimbursed.
Correct. It's a timing issue typically.
Time issue. Can I add one thing? I am just saying this one, if you are not here, other directors that longer here. By civil code, if we board allow get the money from the reserve account, VMS or management must says when they can pay back and how they can pay back, how they get that money. So the reason I am comfortable here, because I know every month we get 1.1 million from residents and added to this. If a Steve come here, which I respect him a lot, but says, I wanted $2 million, but I don't know how I'm going to get that one, I think we should really little bit be cautious to agree. But in this case, there is no worry because we receive next month 1.1 and then a month after that.
Could I just ask another question about that supplemental tax? So have you noticed, because we have had a lot of sales, and I don't know if there is a big discrepancy between the original purchase price and the new value, but you haven't noticed that it's requiring money you don't have, or money that needs to be collected?
It has gone up year over year. So we accrue for that revenue at year end, not to go into too much detail, but we anticipate as of December 31st, the money that was paid on behalf of residents that won't be actually collected from them until the following year.
Yeah.
We include all that year over year. So I believe the incremental accrual year over year was like $30,000. So it's moderately small.
Okay, that's small.
Is there some other question?
Mr. Beckett does have a comment.
The law says that we have to consider options for repaying this money. Staff has suggested two options, two sources for repaying these money to the reserve fund. One of them is future property tax assessments, and the other is positive cash flow from operations. Doesn't say in here, or I guess staff isn't willing to take a guess about how much of the money is going to come from positive cash flow from operations, and how much is going to come from future property tax assessments. If we want to know, actually we can make our own assessment because this isn't the first time it's happened. In 2021, United borrowed $2 million from a reserve fund. 100% of the money that was used to repay the reserve fund was taken from property tax collection. In 2022, United borrowed another $2 million from a reserve fund. Again, 100% of that money that was used to repay the reserve fund was taken from the property tax collection. United seems to be caught in a never-ending cycle of borrowing. Borrow from the reserve fund to pay the property taxes, then borrow from the property tax collections to repay the reserve fund. The budget process, I understand, starts soon. I hope you will direct staff to offer a plan for paying 100% of the borrowed funds from savings and from operations, and not have to raid or poach our property tax payments. Thank you for considering.
Can I answer that one?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, John, to bring this question. First of all, number one, property tax fund is not in the reserve bank account, so is operating. That's number one. So you keep saying here is in the reserve, borrowed from the reserve. Didn't borrow from the reserve. Number two, you mentioned that how much it comes from operating, how much it comes from the reserve. Yes, I would be more than happy if our cash flow have $2 million extra that can be in the operating, but can you go and talk to all residents and paying for contingency that this year, 2024, we can have $2 million in contingency? So Steve, I promise, next year, Steve is not going to come stand here if we have $3 million sitting in our contingency account. Can you do that? Make a petition and then get the money for us? So in that case, contingency have? We are really, really happy if we can do that. The reason is we're trying to make HOA not raise a lot, so we're not putting a lots of money in the contingency. If we have $3 million, he's not going to come here and ask. The reason is there is no much cash flow in the operating to pay that $2 million. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's make a motion to, or, no, we already made a motion. Okay, we're going to be voting on the approval for the temporary borrowing policy, item 13E. All those in favor, raise
As
your hand.
amended.
As amended.
As amended. Say as amended.
As amended. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Very good. Okay, any director comments at this point before we go to committee meetings? Committee reports. Pearl?
I have a short comments for our future town halls. It seems like our town hall made a good reputation to the residents, and it was raining last Friday, but we had a very good turnout. And I think every month we will have a lot of people attending, and I've already recognized some of the regular faces. My personal impression of the town halls that I have attended are excellent. We cover appropriate topics and stuff. However, one thing, if we could be a little bit more careful, is that the monitor, the moderator, speak less and allow more time to the residents, because we cannot give instant answers and try to solve the problem right on the spot. But basically, just open it up instead of explaining things. And I know that sometimes we have a passion for certain topics that we really want to get into, and we all have our personal feelings. But that town hall, we need to put all of our personal feelings aside and just be very professional, and also be very careful, because if we make comments that are confusing, it will be very difficult to solve it. That's why some of the topics, although it would be very interesting about what the United would fix, what we are responsible, and stuff like that, I think we need to be extremely careful, and we all need to be on the same page. We speak briefly and accurately, and let the residents speak more, and we just bring their opinions back to our board, and we can jointly solve, come up with the solutions instead of trying to do it right there. And I think that I'm very proud of our town hall meetings, and I think we're getting very good credit from the residents here. Thank you.
They do appreciate our town halls, and as often as we have town halls, we give them plenty of good information. Cash?
This might be dumb on my part, but if I look at page 15, item 15, page 3, and page 4, the assessment revenue figures from 4.111.
Item
to-
15, which? Oh,
What
are you
what
in
are you
the,
talking? 15 what?
you're in the treasurer's report, are you?
We are in the comment.
not there yet.
Member comment.
We're
Yeah.
not there yet.
Director comments.
Member comments about anything?
We're making comments first.
Director's comments at this point.
Okay.
Maggie, do you have a
Oh,
comment?
yeah, I think we need to clarify the insurance issue for our residents somehow,
Okay.
okay?
Good point.
Can I say something?
Zara, go ahead.
I received this email that I promised to read it here. Hopefully he's hearing and maybe get some advice what we can do. Can anyone give me a good, this is, I'm saying, reading the email of him. Can anyone give me a good reason why pedestrian warning devices like horns, bells are not required of village golf carts that share sidewalks space with pedestrians? Most golf carts are electric, and many village residents wear hearing aids and are unable to hear a golf cart coming up behind them. It would seem to be given that vehicles should be required to have such a warning device, and car drives should be required to sound a warning when they approach pedestrian from the behind. That's why I said I am giving this one, and I'm asking, thank you so much. I already got the to advertise and do something that people doing. Yeah.
We'll look into it.
Yes, thank you.
Right.
I didn't think golf carts are supposed to be on the sidewalk.
Yes, they are.
They are?
In Santa Margarita, they have to come down the sidewalk. And that's where this happens. We have people with their
Yes.
earphones on, listening and talking on the phone and all this stuff. And the golf carts can line up behind them forever and ever. And they never look back, and they never split their force. And so it's like everybody is slowed down. Golf carts, half of them have horns. And then they give them the horn. Then the people get offended, but they do step aside. But the problem is that not all of them have horns, and they should all really
Maybe.
have horns.
Can in government document put some rules for that?
We could discuss it at the golf course, but I think Siobhan look into it,
Okay.
and we can
Okay, thank
certainly
you.
have it. Yeah, I think it's a good
Thank you,
idea.
Mr. President. I run a golf cart, and there's always a problem when you're coming up on pedestrian. If you toot your horn, some of them, you scare them half to death.
Right.
And the other half, they're already on the side. So I don't know what the correct thing to do is, because I'm telling you, there's some people, when I toot the horn, I think they're going to have a heart attack.
So,
I would just like to commend Azar in particular for spearheading the financial policy development. When I was reading this last night, I was so impressed at the amount of detail that went into this, and it was apparent that so much work went into it. And whenever you're talking about how to invest money, it's not a fun conversation. So I would like to thank you for doing that.
thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. So, any other comments? Okay. I'm sorry? Oh, Allison.
I'm not sure where this quite belongs in our day-long agenda, but just based on contacts that I have in the insurance industry, we ought to really brace ourselves for very significant increases in the premiums we're going to have to pay on our property casualty insurance here in the village. The astounding change in the insurance market really is going to be affecting us all. And I think we need to think about how we develop a unified educational process for our members and our approach toward explaining explaining the financing of how we're going to go about paying for it, because it's probably going to be ugly and hard to swallow. So just a word of warning.
Yeah, and I wanted to add to that recently, in the last month or so, Azar represented, or actually went to a meeting at CAI, and at CAI, there was another insurance representative that came and did a presentation for many of the people on our boards. And based on that presentation, Dan Yost had requested a quote from this company. I don't remember the name of the company, maybe
USI.
USI. And they're going to come back with a quote, and they think they can be aggressive in their pricing. So we'll see what they come back to us with. So we are looking at ways to minimize the increase to insurance, but it is a continuing problem.
Yes, there is possibility. We're not saying right now, but yes.
So let's go to committees and see if we can do this as briefly as possible.
Yeah, can you? Oh, Paul. Kamala?
We were going to ask, in the interest of time, do you want to bypass the committee reports? No? Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So first one is finance.
Mm-hmm. So I'll go as fast as possible. So in slide 1, you can see through the, oh.
Give me one second.
Okay, sure. Can we go? Mm-hmm. Okay. Through the reporting period of January 31st, 2023, total revenue for United was 4.3 million compared to expenses of 3.5 million, resulting in net expenses of 925,000. Can we go to slide 2, please? In finance, we keep a close eyes on the operating portion of our finance result. The operating fund without depreciation shows an operating surplus of 314,000 through the operating period. This chart shows how much of our revenue went into operation, with 1.9 million coming in from assessment and 210,000 coming from non-assessment revenue. This is compared to operating expenditures of 1.8 million you can see on the page. Can we go on the slide 3, please? Yeah, this is much better because you're seeing with the next one. The next chart takes the full income statement and compares those results to budget. We can see the United ended the period better than budget by 814,000 when combining both operating and reserve saving. Slide 4, please. The most significant variance from the budget is here. You can see number 1 is outside service is 294,000 favorable, and this is only for the timing of expenditures. It's not at this point I can say we are not using. You can see month after month this is going away this. And then the next one is 172,000 for employee compensation, and again it's favorable. And primarily the result of M&C and landscape service due to open position that we have. And as you can see in this page, the next one is 141 unrealized gain that you can see is favorable. And I promise you from now on, this line is always going to be green and nice for the rest of the year. You will not see red anymore, I promise you, from January is coming. And you can see at the investment income, again, 40,000, which is favorable variance result from higher rates from the return than expected through the investment. So both of them is very good, and these two last line green will stay green for the rest of the year. Let's go to slide 5, please. On this pie chart, we show non-assessment revenue earned to date of 263,000, excluding the unrealized gain or investment. If you include the gain in investment, it's going to be 404,000. So let's go to the page 6. This is a little bit better because we're not including this pie chart. We see the expenses to date, 3.5 million, showing that our largest category of expenses is for employee compensation. And of course, the next one is property tax, followed by insurance, utility, and so on. On the top right, you can see, oops, it's gone. On the top side, you can see the water, sewer, and trash that you can see the expenses for that. And number 7, if you can see on this slide, we see those same expenses without property tax. As I said, property tax, we get it and we just give it to the city. So this is the real how much we spend our money. And number 8, please. Our fund balance are shown here. The contingency fund balance on January 31st, 2023 is 1.1 million, and the reserve fund balance on January 31st, 2023 was 17.3 million. Contribution and investment revenue collected total 1.1 million, while expenditures were 618,000. The property tax fund balance on January 31st was 626,000, and contribution and investment revenue collected total 1.1 million. On slide 9, we compare this to historical fund balance for the past 5 years on the chart, which have averaged 19 million. I wanted to warn residents here. You can see in 2023, this is going a little bit down than the average. And we should maybe consider to adding a little bit to contingency account ahead of the budgeting for the next year. And then slide 10. We have a slide here to show resale history from 2021 to 2023 through January 31st, 2023. United released total 20. Resale was 20, which is 18 resales lower than last year. I don't know, it's not a good sign. What would be the result? Many things together, but the good news is the average amount of per manor is 293,000, and that didn't come down yet. And that was as quick as I can say, and Mr. President says quick, the information. And then the next is going for the 2 ad hoc, I think, and I quickly tell you. Yes, for ad hoc committee investment, right now we are in the process of, we passed today the policy, and we already changed the investment. And then number 3 in the row in the ad hoc committee duty was finding advisor. So we are in the process. We sent a request to 3-4 people. When I said people, I mean company, big company, not per person. But we will give you information after we know a little bit more about them. We are waiting for their time. So we cannot say when is the next meeting until they respond to us. We don't have anything to do until they respond. Regarding to number 5, report of private loan research ad hoc committee. This we had it in the March 2nd and March 9. We just goes through in March to recognition all of the pages with the Pamela Bashline and other people. And now the next step to going specifically for individual loans, why the barrier was for that one. So it is an open session. I am asking anyone has any, everybody welcome to come. If you cannot come, please join us from the Zoom. So if you have any idea, anything that you can help, we appreciate. As you heard today, loan is important, and we have somehow to tackle this problem. Thank you.
Next committee is architectural controls and
Thank
standards.
you, Mr. President.
Tony?
We had no request for alterations for this committee, so save time, money, and staff. We canceled the meeting. The next one will be on April 20th, and it's an open meeting, and invite everybody to come.
Okay, thank you. Next item is 13C, report of member hearings. Director Lee.
Our next meeting would be April 13th at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Okay. 13D would be governing documents. Director
Okay,
Maggie
our
Blackwell.
meeting was on February 16th. We discussed the multiple memberships, and we made a motion to distribute the information to the Finance Committee to help those people make their decisions. And we are talking about the clutter policy, and for future agenda items, this one is going to be coming up next. The 3-year lease expiration and the subletting rules. So far, our lease agreement to extend is automatic. We've never pulled anybody out of the line and said, you've been truly horrible in here, you've annoyed your neighbors, you've caused trouble, or whatever. We have never, that I know of, refused anyone on that. And yet there are some people which clearly could have been considered had we thought about it. So this is true of the subletting too. Subletting members are not member owners. Subletting members are owner's guests who pay an extra bonus to the member. And so that one is a step further away from the actual member even. And we have very seldom considered denying. We do deny occasionally, but we need to set some clear guidelines, and we need to run this by our attorney, and not necessarily for the subletting, but it is kind of the same bucket, because we should not have to be automatically renewing people that we really don't want to renew. So that's going to be an interesting discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item is report of the landscaping. Diane Casey.
Yes. We had a good meeting. Kurt presented the project log, the water consumption, and the key performance, which is something he's been, presenting to all the different committees for landscape and also VMS and the GRF. So it's a very important, if you watch any of those meetings from February 24th, you'll see those key performances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is maintenance and construction. That's me. I think the main items that came up at our February 22nd meeting was to expand the Shepherd's Crook program and beyond the Gate 1 to the shopping center, and that would be completed by the end of this year. We approved that as a board to go ahead and do that. And there was one other thing that I can't remember. But anyway, if I remember it, or maybe someone else will remember it. But the next meeting is April 26th at 9:30. Next item is the report of the United Resident Advisory Committee. Anthony Liberatore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We meet the second Thursday of every month. We had one this past week on March 9th. We had 4 people come in, and it's a great opportunity for residents to not be overwhelmed by this kind of a structure, and they just vent and let us know what their issues are, what their concerns are, and then Director Lee and myself run with that, and we do get back to them. So it's becoming very, very popular. And our next meeting is April 13th, 4 p.m. And because of Director Lee's influence, we have it in the Elm Room, so they don't have all this fancy stuff looking at them, and they really open up to us. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. And next is the GRF committee highlights. GRF finance.
Yes, GRF had a finance meeting on February 15. Actually, the main things, there was investment. It wasn't in the agenda, we tried and to bring and encourage them. Their investment is in the bond fund, as we had it for the United, we make a motion. Of course, our motion failed. We know that they are not going to do, but I want all residents knows that everybody live in the Laguna Wood is a member of GRF. So you have a right to talk about this investment. It's not like one board and another board. Every single person that has a member of the United can go to GRF and talk about this investment. Still, they are in the bond fund, and still they are losing, and Fed is not going to go anywhere, bringing down in 2023. So the next meeting is, which I encourage everyone comes, is April 19 at 1:30 in the boardroom.
Next item is 16B, which is report of the Community Activities Committee, Director Casey.
Okay, and that meeting was on March 9th, and one of the things that they mentioned that they would like to see the financial statements addressed by staff. They approved the equestrian care services, and they had a good report from the manager of golf and the garden center. And the next meeting is April 13th.
Okay. Next one is GRF Landscape Committee, again, Director Casey.
Okay. And so they met on February 8th, and they talked about because they meet every other month. So they Kurt gave a great presentation on the key performances and storm damage and the Aliso Creek update. And they will meet again on May 10th.
Okay, and next is D, GRF Maintenance and Construction Committee, Mary. Director Simon.
So we met and discussed, we looked at the project log from a perspective of what is on the projects and the 2023 capital projects, a presentation Mr. West gave us of what's coming up. And the next meeting for that is April 12th. And then the clubhouse facility meeting, renovation, we haven't done anything except a group of members went to the company providing the architectural to pick colors, but tomorrow we're having a meeting to discuss those colors.
That's in the clubhouse. Which clubhouse is that?
The boardroom.
Oh, the boardroom. Okay.
And everybody's recommended to go to that because it's the color palette and all the things that you've decided on, right?
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We tried to make it, one of my comments was, we have to live with this for a very long time. We cannot do avocado green and that yellow.
No.
We have to do very generic, or not generic so much as just long life colors.
Yeah. Great.
Right.
And then E is report of the Media and Communications Committee, Director Casey.
Okay, so I was just stepping in for someone, so I will give that report. So we had presentations by Eileen Pollan, Lise Rothrock, and Paul Ortiz. And they were very, very good presentations. And I don't think it was a film, but that was on February 22nd, and the next meeting is March 20th.
Okay. Report of the Mobility and Vehicle Committee, Director Ascari.
Yes, I think you passed website ad hoc. You don't want anything for website ad hoc?
Website. Okay.
if you don't want, that's okay with me.
Okay, go ahead. Website.
Okay. We met on February 8th, actually from three possible people that they are going to make this design. Now we are down to two, and actually behind the curtain, we all agree with one. But because there must be a competition and bring a bidding, we send what is they can do or sharp their pencil as much as they can to bring the last price, and then we choose one. And definitely, we are very, very getting close to this website. Keep going. And then the next one, we are going to mobility, and that was actually a very interesting, for the first time in March 2nd, they make it a special committee. Apparently, I don't know. In the past, maybe no director asked in that committee why you are spending 300 or 400,000 in the cars, because when Director Bach and I, we were there, two representatives of the United, when we asked, people were surprised why you're asking. And I said, well, I think director should ask about what's going on about the vehicle. So we tabled two of the motion, which was 347 for 10 Ford Ranger and another 10 utility vehicle for 220,000. We said until you bring some information. So actually they made it. They met in a March 2nd, a special meeting, and you can see the beautiful, wonderful that the director of the mobility make it, Director Carroll, I think his name is, if I am not wrong. Yes, Carroll. But one thing we notice in here, some of the car was out of the work for, you can see, 134 days, 342, 430 days. So we mentioned, we vote this one. Don't get wrong, we voted, but we asked, we have 400 cars. Please go through all of these, and those are sitting for 300 days, 200 days. Bring it sooner so we can replace it rather than pay insurance on something and just sitting there and for nothing. So they said it's a lots of work, but hopefully they can do it. But I'm happy with what we did. We represent United very well there.
Okay, thank you.
And Lenny, can we back up to broadband?
Oh, did we miss one? Okay, broadband.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So we're meeting a lot, and we met in February, and this is a very serious issue to us and to a lot of different communities, a lot of people. There has been 5.8 million people who have dropped cable, outside. Streaming is the thing that people are going to because there's all these price things going on. Now, our founder, he had the foresight to see that cable was a big thing, and he laid all that. We were a company before Cox, before other companies came in. So we're looking at 3 proposals and deciding, what is the best for, for Laguna Woods Village overall, So it's been enlightening, and I'm glad to be on the committee, and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, where were we? Number G, or letter G, report of the Security and Community Access Committee, Director Blackwell.
Thank you. Yes. We discussed additional cameras in the RV lots, and the fencing is needed at the dog park to keep out trespassers and prevent thefts from vehicles. That's very close to Clubhouse 4, and it's been a troublesome spot for years. Even though we have the protective fencing there, they are still trying to get in over there. So we will continue to look at that. We have a security administrative specialist and traffic officer who audited the RV lots. That has rearranged and freed up some spots for residents who've been waiting for over a year. So that's a good movement. We have a request for a stop sign, 4-way stop, and crosswalk. That was tricky word. And crosswalk. And we approved the stop signs and crosswalks being put at the intersection of Sevilla and Mendoza. That was approved. It was brought to GIF, I forget what they did with it, but it's a very bad intersection down there because people speed up Sevilla to get out Gate 4. And so we don't want that. That's Sevilla at the intersection of 2. I think the final decision of that may have been yesterday to not do it. They felt that it was close enough to the intersection at Gate 2 that people could see crossers. Although we did recommend we put it there, they said no, they didn't want a stop sign there. They wanted the people to have regular ingress into the community, and they felt they were close enough. I did notice that the cross pedestrian sign, the yellow pedestrian sign, which was up on the right, disappeared 2 days ago. So now they have less protection than ever. So that may come up again. But there is a crosswalk there. But the yellow sign now with pedestrian on it is gone. So that's not really an improvement. So that'll probably come up again. All right, and we meet again. Only when we need it. The next meeting is to be determined. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. The next one is the traffic hearings. Director Abercar.
The traffic hearings were held on January 18th. Next hearing is on March 15th at 9 a.m. Also noticed some kind of at the dusk time at Gate 1 and Gate 3, there were some dark spots hiding the street lights, and they were identified and noticed and told to the proper people to make sure the foliage is pulled back a little bit. Thank you.
Disaster preparedness task force director.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we know, this is a task force, not a committee. It's headed up by Eric Nunes, the head of security, doing a good job and preparing for the worst, hoping for the best. And we have to try to reach out to people so they know what to do, what to expect when a disaster happens. And the next meeting is on the 28th of March, and it's 9:30 here in the boardroom.
And on that subject, there was a CAI webinar coming up the end of March, and I thought I would invite Cash to that because it falls on a Wednesday. And I know you're busy with bowling, Tony, so I figured Cash might attend that. So I sent the invitation to you. I think you should attend that if you could. Yes, yeah, I did. So you should have it. If you don't, let me know. And then the next item is J, report of the Information Technology Advisory Committee, Director Casey.
Yes, so this is a committee to go over the installation of our new software that is our, and the consultant is walking us through step by step of what's happening and how we're meeting the schedule or maybe having to push it out a bit because certain software that's being included has different processes. So we've had over 100 meetings with staff to go over training. And Mary, make sure from Chuck that you're on that because it is a Zoom meeting. And I'm sure you've been on it before. But
I have experience with DRP for like 10 years. So.
Yeah, okay.
So this
yeah.
will be good.
Yeah, it's great.
All right. The next item is Compliance Ad Hoc Committee, Director Blackwell. Last item.
Yes, thank you. I was on that committee. It's interesting. It's like a GRF. It is the GRF Compliance Committee, like United has the United Committee. And they reset their fines, and they discussed the nuisance policy, and they discussed harassment, of course, and improper use of GRF property. We also had some events where there were some people misbehaving at the tennis courts who were not following the tennis court rules, and that's been a continual distraction for the last couple of weeks. One group doesn't like what the other group is doing. They don't want to follow the rules, so they just appear and try and take the court. So there's a little difficulty there. But we will meet again March 8th, which is already passed, right? Or is it? What's today?
14?
14th, yes, March 8th. I don't believe we had a meeting at that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Future agenda items, there's nothing that I see. And so at this point, we're going to recess this meeting for our closed meeting, which we'll try to begin at around 2:15, 2:20. This meeting is in recess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.